We should be live now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I'm looking. I don't see no red counter, no nothing.
Listen, the whole time I thought that we were live, bro. The whole time
Yeah,
I thought.
I'm thinking we live too. Shoot, man.
No, because even here it says a Sciatic soldier was commenting, so I thought, oh, it's gigging, it's already
Yeah,
going, you know.
yeah. Asiatic soldier be on it, man. Asiatic soldier, he be on it. He always, you know what I mean? If he
Oh,
ain't the first dude in there, nobody is.
look, this is I think this is gonna be my keeper right here, my little
Oh, beautiful.
yeah, it's just but just
So
more
let me
dog.
ask you, what made you decide to get into the Rottweilers from the Camelot?
Listen, the Rottweilers, okay. I always liked Rottweilers. I had one when I was growing up, and when I moved here, like I always, I mean, hold on real quick, hold on 2 seconds. I mean, you remember I was always in that house, but the plan was to go to where there's land to what I'm doing right now. That was always the plan. But then when I got out, when I was looking, some people are like, when you get to further deep in Arizona, there's prisons, which there are too, and people always escape. And if they escape, you want to make sure you got something to watch. So I was just like, what can I do? And I'm like, let me do something that's different. And I was like, okay, let me get Rottweilers. And then that's how it really happened. And like I said, I had one when I was younger, and he was a great dog. And it's crazy because we didn't even have a name for him. We just called him the dog. Just I feel bad.
So from starting out with like, I think you had two Camelot dogs, right? You had Thanos and Kali,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So starting from just those two dogs, right? You
yeah.
now have what? How many dogs you got all together?
I'll say like 14.
14 dogs all together, and that includes the Frenchies, Rottweilers, and everything.
Yeah, I got two Frenchies, two Rottweilers, and the other dog. And honestly, let me not say 14 because I had to sell Thanos to somebody else who's in
Oh, you
Tucson.
sold Thanos.
Bro, and it's crazy because look, you know what's crazy in this dog game? When you have a dog, nobody wants it. And then I swear to God, ask my wife, bro. As soon as I sold Thanos, everybody, hey, where's Thanos? Let me. And I'm like, bro, I've had that dog for 5 years, 5 years, and I'm social media heavy, and I'm always like, look at him, oh, he's great, he's this, and then, and even with him, like he was so used to being with one dog, because, even with him, bro, I've never said it, but he's killed a puppy before. Like he's crazy, you know what I'm saying? So I was just like, like I had to tell this guy because as soon as he got him, he was like, bro, this dude the drive is crazy, and I'm like, well, research the dog, and that's one thing I don't like. Before I sell my dog, I'm like, research the blood and know what the kind of dogs there are because if not, it'll surprise you. And he was like, oh, he destroyed this and destroyed that, and I was like, well, did you research the dogs? And he's like, yeah, and I was like, then I don't even understand why you coming at me. You know what I mean? We already did the business transaction, and he's by himself, and he had a couple of females, so he's like, I want to run him to these females, and I'm like, even if you run him to those females, make sure this is what you want. And he just kept bugging for it. And the way I run my program now, that it's just like I use a dog, and what I'm saying, when I feel like I got everything that I wanted, and I ran him to Kali, and him and Kali produce. Babe, was it 2 or 3 litters? I've done 2 litters, and I kept the ones that I needed. And so I'm like, and over here, I didn't want to keep him outside too, like all the time. I wanted him to be happy. So I was like, go where somebody will give you one-on-one love, because going from what you said, those 2 dogs, to a lot of dogs, it's kind of hard giving them a lot of attention. And like I said, he is the face of the brand. He is the dog that I started with over here.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. And I completely get it, man. Like, before I go further, let me just give a shout out to a couple of people in the chat. Asiatic Show Soldier, always number one with a bullet. My brother is always on deck. He wastes no time. Samurai Kennels in the building. That's what I'm talking about. And of course, my brother Rob Keener. You know what I mean? So my thing right now is like starting with those 2 dogs, right?
Yeah.
You were like 2 dogs in a house. how did you manage to get it to where you went from 2 dogs in a house to 14 dogs homesteading? You know what I mean? Tell us a little bit about that journey, man.
So like I said, I've even I'll say it like this. Even when I was a kid, bro, I'm hyper. I never liked school. Like I never liked church. I never liked like organized things where you sit down and people telling you what to do. Not that there's something bad about it. So I figured, okay, what can I do that I like that, what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's gonna get me paid and I can enjoy it and it doesn't feel like work. And like I said, if you go on even on my YouTube, there's a guy I interviewed from South Africa. We used to steal dogs. You know what I'm saying? We used to steal dogs and do all that. So when with him, so like I was like, what am I gonna do? And then when I met Cletus, that's the guy who got me Thanos. He was like, I got dogs for you here. And I had unregistered dogs. He was like, I got dogs for you if you want to check it out. But I'm in Texas because I went to high school with him, and we used to hang around heavy. And then I was like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, and the reason why I even like Camelot dogs, I'll say this, it was because the DMX, like where I'm from, DMX was very popular and he used to have the red dogs. And then when I looked them up, I'm like, those are Camelot. And then when Cletus asked me, he was like, what kind of dogs are you in? And I told him Camelot, and he had a old dude that had them. And then he was like, I could plug you in with him. And then he was like, hey, he sent me a mail. And he's like, you should come down here and get him. You know what I'm saying? And then I was moving my mom to Atlanta. And then I was like, she was like, you passed by Texas. And I mean, I went and got him, but that was the worst because I didn't know Texas was so big. I drove for a hot minute. And then I got him, and then from then because he told me too, he's like, bro, do the dog thing, but do the dog thing, but make money, because at that time he had 3 litters, because at the same time I had 3 litters, 2 litters with my unpapered dogs. And then he was like, how much you gonna make from that? And then I was like, oh, this is so much and so much. And I'm like, how much you gonna make from yours? And then he was like, I think it was like 90 bands. And I was like, how? And then he was like, you got to register him. And in my thing, the people who taught me here, they did as long as you write it down on a paper and take pictures, you know what I mean? That I was uneducated about it. They were telling me, if you write down like, oh, this dog and that dog and take pictures, then that you can, as long as you have the parents. And I never knew about the lineage. Because even in South Africa, I wasn't into paper dogs. I was just a young kid obsessed with dogs, and I would steal all types of dogs. And I'd bring them home, and my dad would be like, "You got to get rid of them." We're not. Yeah, I mean,
we all been through that one, right?
Yeah. So
bring it home every dog you can get your hands on, man.
Yeah. So like when I got to that point, when I was like, "Oh, I got these 2 dogs," and then I had, and then I got Kali too from Tim. I got Kali. He knows Cletus too. He's his OG. His OG sold me Kali, and then I had my first litter, and then I made a little bit of change. And going to work, I told my wife, I said, "Listen, going to college and getting all this is lovely, but I just hate clocking in, working for somebody else, putting on a face, acting, just like I said, school and church, like acting like, oh, everything's cool. Somebody telling me what to do." And then I was like, "What can we do?" And that's when she was like, listen, if you want, just do the dog thing, go 100%. No hold barns. And then I was like, then that's when I was like, okay, what other red dogs do I kind of like? What, what I'm saying? What am I interested in? And then, I'm saying, then I was like, I want the athletic, and I also wanted the stocky and shorter. You know what I mean? Like, you seen Juju, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I was like, I want the athletic and the stocky and wider. And then that's when 1 dog became 2 dogs. You know what I'm saying? 2 dogs became 3 dogs. And that's the other thing. You got to be careful with this, because you got to choose them wisely. Because remember, I had like 5 dogs in that small house at one point.
Right. I remember that. Like Callie was in a dining room dropping pups.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was so crowded. But and two, everything's opportunity, because when COVID hit and me being in the hospital, they just started doing the, if you come in, we'll give you a bonus. If you do this, we'll give you that. And then I was like, I told my wife, I said, this is a great opportunity if we just work a good 6 months and stack up some money and just go find some land, and then that's how it happened. And then, like I said, starting and the thing is, when I got more into the game, I learned that Real Dog Man, like, no disrespect to anybody, like, Real Dog Man had dogs. Like, back in the day, Real Dog Man had like dogs on chain links.
Yeah,
Like
100
a
dogs. Yeah.
grip. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, and it fascinated me. There's something about dogs, bro, that fascinated me. It's like an obsession, Because even my mom would be like, people would be like, you don't, that's not enough. And I'm like, for some reason, it's never enough. Some reason I want more. Some reason I think.
Let's rewind right quick, right?
Yeah.
Thanos was your first registered pedigree dog.
Yeah.
Okay, and what does his pedigree look like?
It's heavy, just like, let me go get it real quick. Hold on. 2 seconds, brother. Mm-hmm. And it's crazy because the guys I get it from, they from the East Coast. Like, not a lot of people on the West Coast have these kind of dogs. You know what I mean? Like, even Murray, like, he's not even famous. He's just an old dude in Pennsylvania who have these dogs. This one is Bear. Hold on real quick. I'm sorry. I should have been ready.
Nah, don't worry about that, bro. I guess my question is kind of towards when he bred or he produced Thanos, right?
Yeah.
What dogs were behind that? Was it all Camelot? Was there some Viet Shark?
He's mostly
behind his breeding.
Kali's the one who's heavy Viet Shark and other stuff. And Thanos was a lot of Camelot, and they doubled down with his, where, like, when you do inbreeding, like this breeding that I did too was almost like an inbreeding to bust down on a look. Like I told you, I was trying to create more shorter, athletic. Even with him, they wanted more drive and more aggression. More like that, oomph. Like, you see how your dogs be on the trees and all that stuff?
Right.
Yeah, that's what Cletus was going for. But
so
yeah,
Thanos was what, Camelot kennels or Camelot pits?
Let me see. Because the dude's been doing it for years, and he just got it under Murray.
Because I always thought that Thanos was bred his temperament, the way he looked, his appearance, his structure, all of that said to me that he was closer to the Camelot kennels style dog than the bully side. You understand? With
the look, you know what?
And all of that stuff.
The look wise, that's who Cletus told me to look up. He was like, look up Kenny, and I was like, Kenny Smith. He was like, yeah, but where's my?
Kenny Sonia.
Yeah, I mean Kenny, and that's when it's crazy because when I hit him up because when I first started, I was interviewing people. He kind of brushed me off. Was I telling you that he was being negative to me when I commented on something, and he was like, "Oh, you're this," and I didn't like the vibe, bro. Nothing against him, but I even talked to him. I was like, bro, I don't have to talk to you. We don't have to be cool. And he was like, no, it came off like you being negative. And I'm like, how, bro? I'm not, And that's one thing.
Was Kenny Sonia who said that to you?
Yeah, like, because I send
A
it.
lot of people say he got a fucked up attitude. I've heard that from just about everybody I talk to. That
you know how I'll send you sometimes some funny stuff on Instagram, and so he was like, he took it personal. He was like, and then he went. I made a mistake, I guess, on my Instagram where I spelled Camelot wrong, and he's like, "How can I take you serious? You can't even spell Camelot right." And I'm like, "What does that have to do with anything right now?"
really,
You know, and I told him like out of out of respect, like, bro, I mean, you're a legend, but I'm not, I'm not okay. This is Thanos, yeah. So, bro, most of these. Let me see if he got any. Listen, I was wrong, bro. He got one Viet Shark convict in like four, like I don't know, even a lot of generation downs. Like if you're looking at it, right here, he's got one Viet Shark right here.
Okay.
Right here, but most of it is Murray. You know what I'm saying? Murray and Johnson Tim, and like I said, his dad was a dude named Golden Boy,
Okay.
and Diamond Princess. I got his pet, like where I met this. Like I know I'm doing the dogs, but I'm still I'm still not perfect with reading papers. I'm like, even this girl that did my new website, she's the one who did the peds with the pictures. You know what I mean? Now, because I never knew how you get the pictures behind the dogs, and she figured it out. So I mean, I'll send that to you one time if you know what I'm saying, if you know what I'm saying, if you want it. And but
Okay.
but most of it is inbreeding, bro. Most of it is inbreeding, a lot of it. And but like I said, the only thing that I like Thanos, but it was just a lot of fire, bro.
So the dude that you got Thanos from actually directed you to Kenny Sonia.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Shout out to
But
Swamp Fire Pits. He said, "Don't get it twisted. While I don't care for the dude, the old Camelot Pitts blood is all heat." Absolutely, absolutely. I will never say that Kenny Sonia doesn't produce good dogs or quality dogs. I will say that as a person, that I'm if I'm looking to do business in this particular arena, his business ethics don't rock with me. You know what I mean? I don't rock with his type of business ethics. So that said, um, if he referred you, if your dude referred you to Kenny Sonia, then quite likely Thanos was heavily Camelot Pitts bred, right?
because I'll say this, bro. Like saying, I'm still trying to learn things, like when people say the bottom half, is that the mom or the dad, the bottom or the top, is that like, I don't know paperwork talk. I don't know things like that. I just know dogs, and like saying I gotta see the father, the grandparents, and maybe the great grandparents, and you know what I'm saying, and then I'll look at the papers and what I like. But I'm not, I'm not one of those people. This is why I tell people, like, I'm into dogs, but I'm not a super pro. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be, like I said, I'm not gonna be like when people come to me. Like I said, I've talked to Kenny before and I was like, man, I like what you're doing. I like the big land. I like the dogs, and I got your blood here. And I was like, because Thanos also has Chevy, and I was like, this he's got some Chevy, blah blah blah, and everything was great. And I'm like, off one video, you just went on a rant to turn against me, like, and I didn't understand. Like I said, I have nothing against him. I just didn't like the way you talked to me, and I'm just like, bro, chill out.
Right.
It's all love.
Yeah, I've definitely encountered more than a few people, man, who they just said they were just turned off about doing business with the man. But
But
not to get stuck there. Let's move forward. So you grabbed Thanos, you got Kali. Where did you get Kali from?
from Murray in Pennsylvania. I got
Okay.
I got Thanos from. Okay, Murray mentored Cletus.
Okay.
I got Golden Boy from Cletus, and then when I wanted Kali, he went up and hit up his mentor. He said, I got a female. She's a lot of drive, because that's what I was looking for. Let me get one thing clear. Like, listen, all this is why you see I don't do dog shows. Not that I'm against dog shows, which one day I might, because I'm interested. But I don't like dogs that don't act like dogs. Meaning, when I grew up, dogs were just dogs. There wasn't like they gotta read newspapers. If you look at these new dogs, they gotta read newspapers, solve puzzles, and they're so calm. They don't do nothing. That's why I remember even right now I said even with my animals, I had to be careful because Kali and some of the dogs are like, I want to eat it, I want to kill it. You know what I'm saying? I want to
Right.
chase it.
Right.
But
Automatically.
but these new dogs, they don't have that drive. They just it's just an animal. When I let them out, bro, I cannot let them out and just let them be. I gotta babysit. I gotta be like, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because even the other day, I went in the house for 2 seconds, and Abby was already trying. She was halfway climbing in my sheep cage, and I was like, I had to scream it like, "Hey!" And she got off, and that's why I'm like, that to me, that's a dog. Not that I'm saying I want a dog that's a killer, but like I need a dog that still has dog traits, like animal traits, or I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know the
I
right
hear
word.
you. I hear you. I know exactly what you mean. It's drive, bro. Shout out to Inquisitive Jen. I was just saying to somebody, man, we ain't seen this brother around in a minute, and here he is. He pops right up. That's karma working, right? I was
Yes,
just saying,
sir.
somebody was just saying that to me. Say, yo, I ain't seen Inquisitive Jen. And there he is. Shout out to you, bro. So Kali is also bred similar to Thanos, or was she like, did she have a little bit more Viet shark?
She's a whole lot more Viet Shark, a whole lot. Because even what's crazy is that she's slim, but all her kids and offsprings come out giants, like big,
Right,
like big.
right,
And that's that Viet Shark in there, like
right.
and I know the dude. I have him on Facebook. Like he has,
Trent.
yeah, he has like
Uh-huh.
a lot. But Trend now is on another level, bro. Trend now makes like super giants, bro.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I've seen his work. He's got some behemoths, like really,
and,
really like
and let me ask you this.
huge headed dogs. And
Let me ask you this. To you, what is the dog game now like saying? Because it's weird because on the other side, everybody's like, I want the biggest dog. And then on the one side is like, I want the smallest dog, the micros, the nanos. And then it's like everybody's forgotten about the standards and the XLs. Like, like is that done? Just talking.
uh honestly, I don't know. And I say that because I came into the dog game from the pit bull side, right? So
Yeah.
I came in looking for pits. I wasn't looking for bullies. It shocked me when somebody said that, like my boy True Bull was a bully, right? Because I'm like, bro, you must not know what the hell a bully is or how a bully acts, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things that really kind of for me separated the I'm gonna say the pit bull based Camelot dogs from the bully stuff was the diversion into camps like Viet Shark, camps like Avant, that kind of stuff. Um, Shout out to Asiatic Soldier. He says, "What is the history or or origin behind the Viet Shark?"
I
Have
would
you ever
love.
had a chance to talk to Tran?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know. It's just like Kenny, bro. They keep it short. It's weird, like, because I told Kenny at one point, I was like, I'll interview you, bro. And he was like, I don't do interviews. And it's like, I don't understand it. I don't know if the secrets behind some of these men, not saying they are, but you know what I mean? Like, because it's like, you would think that some of them, when you try to dig, they're more like saying if let's say like right now this dude's like, what's the history behind Veer Shark? If I'm the Veer Shark producer and I know a lot about it, I should be like, oh, this and that and that. But it seems like there's a lot of secrets and like things
Mm-hmm.
behind closed doors that I'm not saying that's what it is, but it comes off like that when I'm like, hey, let me, like let's say you see how you were like, let's interview, and I'm like, and then I'm like, nah, I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? It comes off
Right.
like, why, what is it that
Why
you don't
not?
want?
Why wouldn't you? Right.
Yeah, because
So
I had questions that I wrote down and I sent pictures like these are the questions and this is what I was gonna ask, but it never worked
you
out.
have to think of it like this too, man. You calling these dudes and you telling them, yo, I got your blood on my yard, but at the same time, they saying, well, How can it be my blood? You didn't get the dog from me. Why would I give you an interview? You didn't buy from me, right?
That makes
And
sense.
that's really that's the vibe I get from a lot of people, man, that kind of go down that road. Um and then you have to also think that the Viet Sharp thing has become pretty popular. Camelot Pitts, Kenny Sonia's become pretty popular. And I know me myself, I had to let the lives go for a while because of my schedule, just being busy, right?
Yeah.
Once I went from 3 dogs to 6 dogs, it was like, yo, you know what? I can't really afford to sit around for 2 hours just chopping it up every week. But it's one of those things where as your business takes off, as you become more more engrossed in what you're doing, it becomes harder to kind of just sit down and say, all right, let me just do this just for the people. Because if you really think about it, these live streams are really for the people.
Yeah, because even even right now, even right now, even right now, like saying, the only thing that I regret with me is, I'm not saying I regret it, but like most of everything I do comes out of pocket. So, because when I moved here, remember I told you like people didn't understand what I'm doing, and they have horses and animals and this and that. So they were doing even one guy was like, "Did you buy this house with these dogs?" And I'm like, "Nah, bro, I got an education. I work like everybody else." So I kind of got anxiety, and I was like, "I'm not gonna breed." So I didn't breed again. So it's like this is my first litter in exactly 2 years. So I mean, if you're
Wow.
gonna do this, I'll say, don't you have to let the dogs pay for themselves, because I was like, oh, like the love, that love of the dog is cool, like but at the same time I started kind of getting resentment, like, man, I got all these dogs, I love them, I make videos, I walk them, people ask me about them, all that stuff, but what's the point in because you got to think about it, dog food, dogs get
Hold on. Before you get into that, because I definitely wanted to touch on that. I definitely wanted to touch on the economics of expanding and all of that kind of stuff, the dog game period. But let me read this comment. Swamp Fire Pit said he met Tran while he lived in Orlando at his house. He saw the dog Steroid and the dog Warrior in person. They were absolute monsters. He said, dude was real cool peeps.
Hey, Warrior is a savage. He, his blood. That's that juju kind of dog. That swole, big chest. Low to the ground. He was nice. He was nice, man. I know a dude I think in New Mexico who's got his blood. The dude I get the dogs from in who I got juju from, and I got what's his name, Thor from. He knows him personally. He's got his grandson right now named Bear. He's a beast too. He's a
So
beast too.
so Juju and Thor were your next 2 dogs after Thanos and Cali?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
And you got those from New Mexico. So that's like right across the road from you, really.
yeah.
Like,
The dude from it's Los Lobos. His name is
okay.
James Trujillo. Yeah, because what happened was Cletus
Oh,
called
James
me one day.
Trujillo. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, because Cletus called me one day and he was like, "Hey, I got this guy with these dogs because he used to ask me, like I said, he was my mentor. He was like, what's next?" And I was like, honestly, I want to get the red dogs because I had an obsession with the red dogs, and I was like, I want the kind of more bully look. Like Thanos is cool, you know what I'm saying? But I want the more bully look, the more bones and all that. And that's when he was like, this dude named James, and he's got Batman, Warrior, you know what I'm saying? All these blood that's mixed in there. And that's when I got to see it. But they're not more athletic. And bro, and I was surprised because everybody was like, they can't survive in the heat. Because even I had a guy on YouTube who hates on me. He's like, "Oh, those dogs are bad for the environment because Thor is a little easty westy," and I'm like, I didn't know he was gonna be like because his siblings are not. I don't know if I did something or just genetics, but I was like, oh, I could breed that out because I always it takes time, but I'm old school. Like I can sit there and take my time and pick what I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Because
right.
I don't just believe in buying dogs and be like, I bought a dog from Tran, and let's say I bought a dog from Kenny, and I'm gonna put them together, and I'm the biggest breeder. Like, I want to go through my struggles. I want to be able to. That's why I respect Murray, because when I met him, he wasn't like, oh, you know what I'm saying? He's been doing it for years. He's like, I just been doing this for years. These are my dogs, and this is what I'm doing. I'm not nobody famous. Like, there's really people out there whose names are not big, and they got good dogs, and they live good. You know what I'm saying? But the new thing is like, I'm like I said, I'm gonna buy from Kenny, and I'm gonna buy from this dog, and I put it together. But the guy was like, oh, those dogs are unhealthy, and I was like, brother, it gets to 117 in Arizona, and these dogs be outside most of the time. So how you telling me it's bad? And you know, because they're like, oh, they die, and I'm like, no, they don't, because it's crazy, because they mix this, like I said, this because they call it extreme dogs in the red dogs, that they're just like the I could say micros and the blue dogs. Like, there's a difference between a red dog and a blue dog. I'm sorry, not that blue dogs ain't good, but there's a big difference, and I've had both.
So I think what most people, what they neglected to really understand, right, was that the Camelot Kennels dogs were bred to be working dogs. They weren't bred for anybody's show ring, right? They were bred for their abilities, right? And so most of it, and even myself included, I really don't give a damn about Easty Westy. I remember I posted a photo of, I want to say it was Solo.
Yeah,
I forget, but at any rate, I posted this photo on Facebook in the wrong group. You know how you got those fur mom groups, right? So I think it was like dog breeders or something. And no, it was actually the first time I went to when I went to Atlanta to breed Katana. And when I posted the breeding photo, like, I got a bunch of backlash, right? And then somebody was saying, oh, the dog got flat feet, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, maybe you just looking at the photo wrong, because I was in the dog's presence. I didn't see flat feet on the dog at all. Yeah. And then so I posted all the dogs, right? I posted all the different dogs I had, and they kept saying, oh, your dogs have flat feet. Your dogs have flat feet. And I was like, all right, let me show you something. So I posted photos of Solo doing his jumping routine, on chain, off chain, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Bro, it shut the whole goddamn group up, right? Because people have a tendency to believe that somehow it affects the functionality of the dog. And that, at least in the Camelot lines, is rarely the case.
And it's crazy because, like I said, bro, I'm not about having dogs that are unhealthy, but like, there's right now I'm breeding to somebody soon, you know what I'm saying, with Ndlovu Kali's daughter, and what's it called? And I met other people through them. You know, when you connect to somebody and they connect, and you're just curious online, and there's this one person who's always getting rid of dogs. Oh, the dog did this, I gotta get rid of it. The dog did that, and these are what I say. Like, I can't stand people who don't understand dogs and get rid of them for doing dog things. One of the things, like, oh, this dog attacked my chickens, and I'm just like, that's what dogs do. Not all dogs, but dogs would drive, and it's a red dog, you know. And I'm just like, then why have it? Like, why is it that we want to take these dogs and, like, make, like I said, read books and do calculating and do taxes? Why can't a dog just be a dog?
Absolutely.
Because even with my neighbors here, when they're like, your dogs bark, and I'm like, well, the dude with the horses come, and his horses look over my fence and they tease my dogs, and my dogs have drive. So my dogs really want to go over there and are curious, like, what are these horses doing? And they got mad. I said, I'm not moving here. I'm not getting rid of my dogs. You might have to tell old boy to handle his horses, because dogs will be dogs. And I'm like, because even one time they were like, well, we tried to come in there to knock on the door and we couldn't because of the Rottweilers. And I'm like, that's what they're there for. So nobody, and you see what I'm going back to? Like, dogs are not dogs anymore.
Shout out to Catch God Kennels, who said, appreciate the real content. honest and real. Absolutely, bro. That's the only way I know how to do this thing. um, but you know, it's funny because me, I've always danced to my own drum, right? I've always danced to the beat of my own drum. I really kind of, you know, I flip a bird at what people think, and maybe that's wrong of me, but I didn't get into the dogs. I didn't start acquiring dogs to please anybody else but me, right?
And that's what people don't get, bro. That's what I was telling this dude, Mel, you know, and he's like, I want to bring, you know, healthy dogs back. And my whole point was like, and what I wanted to prove was like, not that dogs ain't real. Like, we got to get to the nitty gritty. No matter what you want to say, all these dogs are created from something. Somebody played God and mixed them up and did all that. And so I was like, so how can you tell me you want the purest of dog? Because people mixed dogs to make this dog. So what makes it pure? Just say you have a style of dog you like and stick to your style of dog. Don't go around, you know, like that. Like me, I can't go around. Like now I got a Merlin and Try. I can't go around and be like, you know what, Imperial, you don't got a Merlin and Try. Merlin and Try is it. Like, it's just like cars. Get the car you like. Don't go around. If you like the coupe, go mess with the coupes. But you go around, you know, because he was attacking me, talking smack, mentioned me on his live, and I'm just an old school dude. And I was like, I called him like, we're gonna handle this like men, because I'm not used to this thing where you're just gonna say something about me, and I'm just gonna be like, oh, it's just this. Like, no, bro, what's the big deal? And his thing was like, you're ruining the game, and I'm like, how am I ruining the game? I'm just a dude with dogs. Because with me, it's like, even when I make a breeding, it's either you like my dogs or you don't. You know?
Absolutely.
And now I have land, so you can buy it. If you don't buy it, I'll keep them and enjoy them. Like, it's up to you. But now it's like, you know, like it's the trend thing. And like, even like I said, if you're gonna do red dogs, you got to be careful, because people like the Merles, the Tri, the blue, like the red dogs. I think, let me ask you, do you think that time is gone? It has to be like a personal thing?
Uh, I think that everything has its time. Everything has a season, right?
Okay.
The Merles, the Tries, all of that kind of stuff. When you get too caught up breeding for those appearances, that's when you begin to affect the health of the dogs, right? If you're not choosing quality stock to begin with. And with the Merles, it's definitely, you know, that's a catch-22, because the Merle is considered a genetic defect, right?
Yeah.
So if it's considered a genetic defect and you're constantly putting it in your program, then, you know, you have to watch out for that, right? You don't want to breed Merle to Merle. But many people are doing just that because they're riding a wave.
And this
They're
is
not
exactly
concerned
what,
about the future of the dogs, the program, you know, the line. You understand what I'm saying? They don't have a vision that even extends that far. They're
and
thinking right now, this is the wave. Let's get this money.
and this is what I was saying to him, like saying, you out here, um, you know, you out here, and you're just, you know what I'm saying, like you're just attacking me, and you don't understand that the game ain't the same anymore. Like, and nobody follows the rules. It's all about trend. It's all about what's popping right now. It's all about, you know, who's got this and who's got that. And I'm just like, I'm just a dog man, and I like dogs. Like I said, I have an obsession. If I could have 100 dogs and don't work, I would do it. But unfortunately, I'm not at that spot. And I don't know if you ever be, because, you know, I see all these people advertising, acting like they just live off dogs. And then when you finally meet them in person, it's a different story. You know what I'm saying?
So understand that, you know,
all
we
these people,
talk.
go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. Finish.
No, I'm saying, like, you know, I got to a point in my mindset like, oh, one day I could just stay here and just not go to work and live off the doing what I'm doing. But it's rare, and that's why I say I understood why back in the day, real dog man had dogs, because it's not like that. But you know, the new thing, and this is why now the game is so over flooded, because everybody, especially when COVID hit, everybody's like, I'm just gonna buy this dog and I'm gonna sell a couple of puppies and then I'll be good. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like I said, I haven't bred. The only thing I'm grateful for the creator is that if I don't have any puppies, I'm good, because like I said, it's been 2 years since I've been here and I've only had now 2 litters. And I haven't even sold them, and I survived, and I had all my dogs, and I had more dogs because I got rid of Thanos, what's it called? Thanos, what was the other dog? Red and the other one I gave to the homie. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, so I know that even if I don't sell, I can still feed, I can still do all that. And but you see now you see people getting out the game because at one time I saw somebody sell a Merle for 15 bands. You're not doing that now. You know, it's going back to regular what it used to be before all that. And so it's kind of taking out the people who are here for the dogs and people who are here just for the money. And that's what I'm saying. What people don't understand, I'm just a dude with dogs and I'm doing what I like and what works for me. If you want it, good for you. If you're not, it's cool. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I did get caught up on the YouTube part, like, oh, I'm trying to get more subscribers, more followers. But at the end of the day, bro, you know, like my mom told me this because I was stressing. She said, you got a degree, your wife has a degree, you got your stuff, and you're good. Don't get caught up in, you know, all this dogs and all this stuff that you're trying to. I'm like, well,
basically the cloud chasing.
Yeah, like it's a business. At the same time, you want your business to go. But what I'm saying is, I'm good, bro. I'm good. And people think I'm being disrespectful when I'm like, I don't care.
Now, Asiatic Soldier asked, he said, what is your perspective on the protection ability of the Camelot dogs? You mentioned that people didn't want to come knock on the door because of the Rottweilers. How do the Camelot dogs act?
Bro, I told you that fire. I'm still learning to control it, but you cannot control it. You just have to try to like contain it. You cannot control it. If you get if it makes sense, you cannot control it. You just got to learn to tame it. That's why I was impressed when you got your two males to get along with the female. Especially one time she was in heat. Bro, with Thanos, none of that's going on. I'm killing you. You competition.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, even Kali, bro, it took her like, now I've had these animals for so long time to come down, bro. She would dig like a whole day to try to get in. I had to move her cages down because she would dig to get, you know, that's why I'm putting cement now soon. Like dig under the cage on the sand to get, bro, she wants to go kill some.
Right.
She's not trying, even when I walk them, when you know the people like, oh, can your dog smell my dog? Like, no, we don't do that here.
Now that's animal to animal. What about your Camelot? The you know, especially, you know, because you got the Viet shark stuff, so I can't really speak on that. How are those dogs, you know, in with two-legged opposition? You know what I mean? How are they like with protecting you and your family?
Listen, I'll say this: like, my dogs, even when I was in my old house, they were not really. I never interacted with a lot of people like that. Like, even when I walk my dog. If you watch my old videos when I was in the neighborhood, I walk at night or early morning. But I've been pulled over and I have them, and they want to go crazy on the officer. Nothing against cops. I'm just giving you like what I've seen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But even here, they're not gonna just let you in. You know what I'm saying? I've never got to a point where I'm like, oh, go get him, because they'll put my dog down. But I've seen him kind of, you know, get wild up and be like, who are you? What's going on? And they want to see how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And this is why even my neighbor always used to say, it's not that you have dogs, it's the kind of dog. So it makes me think like, because our fence is clear, like, have you tried to go touch my dogs or something? You get what I'm saying? Why do you fear them so much?
Yeah. But that's, you know, people tend to have a sense of entitlement, right? In questioning other adults about the choices and decisions that they make for their lives. You know what I mean? Like I've literally had somebody question me while I'm walking my dog through the boneyard, right? So the measures I take to kind of keep my dogs out of trouble is to go to places like graveyards where there's not a whole lot of traffic, there's not a whole lot going on, and the dog can, you know, kind of wander around in peace and do what it does, even on the leash. And you still have these people, if they see you, you know, this, oh, well, why do you have that kind of dog? Whoa, who the hell are you?
But right? The trick is learning your dog. The trick is learning your dog, because that's what other people don't understand about me. Because there's a dude, I took his dog to the vet to get his ears done. Because young dude, I'm gonna breed my one dog to him. He didn't have nobody, but he used to get mad because I would be walking Thanos and he would come up to me and I'd be like, keep your distance a little bit. And he'd be like, oh, why? Like, why don't you teach him to do that? And I'm like, because I didn't get him for that. His purpose was not for me to have everything. You see, when I get dogs, like I got Rottweilers, like I see somebody's asking here. I got Rottweilers to watch my yard, and I was like, why not get something where, like I said, I want workers. I want a dog that I can use. I'm not one of those people where, because I have people at my job that will be like, oh, I got this dog, and I knew that he's been in the house all 10, 20 years, and all he does is sit on the couch, and the dog is overweight. And it just sits on the couch and they feed it. And that's cool. But that's not what I do. You're gonna be here. It's just like I tell my kids, you're gonna be here, you're gonna work. So I was like, I can make a little money off here having Rottweiler puppies. And like I said, you could tell I don't breed all the time. I'm not one of those people like, gotta bang him out, you know? Nothing against nobody, because I meet a lot of people who bang him out. You know what I'm saying? But I don't. So, and that's another thing I think my neighbors got mad about, because one of them wanted to tell another one like, oh, he's a puppy peddler, and then they had to check him like, bro, this dude has no puppies. What are you talking about? You know, and they had to tell him like, he's a respiratory therapist. What are you talking about? And that's the dangers too of these dogs, because people can put an image on you and try to make it look crazy. And
They
try
do it
to,
all the time. They
you know
do
what I'm
it
saying?
all the time.
And if you don't grow thick skin, you're not gonna like it.
Exactly. Exactly.
You're not gonna
Now,
like it.
now with your Merles, right? How many
Yeah.
Merle dogs do you have?
I have one, but
How old is that dog?
she's gonna be a year and 2 months.
Now, how is she bred? Is she like off of like an established bully camp? Is she like from
Yeah,
an XL, from an exotic, from what?
she's from an XL Big Ballers. The guy used the Big Ballers blood. You know what I'm saying? Big
Okay.
Ballers and was it BBK or
And
BGK?
how is her temperament in a general way? Generally
Bro,
speaking.
she's cool, but she's animal driven. She's killed a couple of cats that I've had. You know, like she's even like right now. If I took out the Rottweiler puppies, she wants to like, oh, what's going on? But at the same time, she's cool with the humans. Like her temperament with humans is amazing, but with animals, she's just different. But it's crazy because I was walking right one time with my wife, and there's a dog. I don't know what it's called. Babe, what was that dog when you said this is what she's mixed with? Ocean. Remember the dog that was barking? Yo, it's a sheepdog, bro. Had the same exact bark as my dog. And they want to tell you, oh, that gene just came. It didn't just come about, bro. That's weird. Because
Right.
when you know, because I'm in the farm and there's those sheepdogs that are like Merle like, and it barks exactly the same way. And she's like, and my wife caught that and she's like, that barks like Ocean. And I was like, it's crazy because she has the same color patterns. You
Right.
know, but
And
no,
and
she's
quite honestly, that's
yeah.
where a lot of that Merle comes from. Like people have the Catahoulas and other types of dogs, and they use that coat pattern and breed it to pit bulls. You know what I mean? And then they end up with something that's a hybrid of whatever.
It's you know what it is it's what I'm talking about, like saying I went from trying to do a lot not to just enjoy my dogs, like saying when let's say you start having a big name and stuff like that and things die down, you always need something new. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
everybody's will do, and people will do anything for that clout. People will do anything for that. Oh, this is new. This is what's popping. This is what I mean. Like, because even now I put it on my community tab on my YouTube that they have the what's it called, the hairless bullies. It looks weird, but now they have hairless bullies and things like that. And my friend, he does Pico Kennels. He just showed me like they got like hairy bullies. Like even the dude Ultra Class was talking about in one of his videos. You know how they have the Frenchies with the hair. Now they got bullies like that. Like, so everything's changing, bro. And like imagine that just happened in a matter of 6-7 years. How Merle's the hairless. Imagine in 20 years, you won't even know the new generation won't even know where the game comes from and who's the originators. You know what I mean? It's gonna be so.
If you were to look up what the original American bully was, like coming out of like what is that dude's name? Dave what? Uh I forget his last name, but he started like with the Razor's Edge and the Gotti and all of that kind of stuff. What you see nowadays in the bully game is nothing like what that man started, right?
And this
But
is what I was saying. Oh,
he
go ahead.
himself never stuck to the script, right? So
And
what
exactly.
he did, he got caught up in the market also, right? He got caught up in what sells as opposed to what really makes a good dog.
Yep. Oh, they said
Inquisitive
Dave.
Jim said, "Are people breeding for drive over intelligence?"
Nah, they're not breeding for nothing. They're just breeding for color, looks, and what sells. Everybody nowadays is doing this thing to become some kind of celebrity, to become a trend, to become a Sonia, to become, you know what I'm saying, the Veer Shah guy, to become that name. It's like, it's rare when it's like, you know what? One thing I was told today by my barber, I was talking about things that I do, and he said, you know, he's like, sometimes you eat so much fast food that when somebody gives you an apple, you're like, oh, it tastes bad. When they give you a grape, when they give you that broccoli and steak and that good stuff, you don't. So it's becoming that those who breed for those kind of things are shunned upon. They're like, what are you doing?
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
right,
But you know what I'm saying? But those who, like I said, oh, I got the hairless bully. Oh, I got this, you know. Oh, I got a Merle. You know what I'm saying? I got this, you know what I'm saying? And then it's like, then you're respected. So it's not the same anymore. It's not the same. And it's crazy because I never thought I would like get a Merle, but I just like the look. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I just like the look. You know, because even
Tina says the dog you guys probably ran into was probably an Anatolian Shepherd because they come in Merle.
oh, okay. Yeah, because these people have animals out here, you know what I'm saying? So the dogs kind of guard the animals. Tion, hey, give me one of those puppies over there. Give me one of those puppies. Just one. But yeah, bro, you know, it's all you could do. Like, no, the red ones. Like, it's all love of the game, bro. You gotta love the game. Like I said, even when I started, you know, I was like, oh, I like those dogs, but then I got caught up, like you know, even like, you know, like even like with my YouTube. I don't know if you saw one of my videos. I was talking about like 2-3 months ago. A dude found me on Instagram because I post my videos on Facebook and it's connected to my Instagram too. And then he's like, "You do YouTube?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I could get you plays." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm good. I'm good." And then he was like, he did the, "Oh, I'm just gonna do one video and show you." And I was like, "Nah." And then he did my goat video. And guess what YouTube did? They were like, "We're gonna shut you down because look, this is what I have right now too. We're gonna shut you down because you know, like practically you're faking it." And that's how it is in the dog game. If you don't stick to you and stick to what you're gonna do, then you're just gonna be like everybody else, and so there won't be no difference between Imperial and Zulu. So why would somebody come to you? You get what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right.
that's what I'm trying to try, and it's a journey because as soon as I think like I've gotten somewhere, I learn something new. If it's from you, if it's from somebody else, and it's like it's an ongoing journey. That's why I don't like dogmen who act like I figured it all out, and you know no one can teach me. I don't want to be around people like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Asiatic Soldier said the name of the guy who started with the Razor's Edge stuff was Dave Wilson. I couldn't remember his last name. Thank you for that, Asiatic. And then
But
he also
Imperial,
has a question. He says, "Have you had any issues with snakes or coyotes? And what have
listen,
you done to address any of
listen.
that?"
I've had I just killed. I was gonna show my wife. I haven't showed her for a couple of days. She's gonna think I'm talking to somebody else. But like these frogs here, that when you lick them, they'll kill a dog. And there is snakes. I've killed a snake. But the thing is, I got outside cats, and they're called barnyard cats because they're outside. But they kind of scare the snakes away. You know what I mean? But there's no coyotes here because like if like I said, I got so many dogs, and I think the barks and all that keep them away. You know, God willing, hopefully
Right.
nothing happens. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro.
Well,
Yeah,
coyotes ain't stupid. If they know you got a bunch of dogs, and how many Camelot dogs do you have now total, including pups?
a grip. See, I don't know. I'd have to go outside like over 10, 12, bro. If
But
it's
what you
including the
said, I'm
pup.
saying that's just Camelot.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then
but
on the
let me ask you this.
Rottweilers, you got how many?
I got 2 Rottweilers, but I got
Okay.
10 puppies. Let me ask you this. Even with the Viet Shark in there, do we still consider it Camelot? Because Cali's Viet Shark?
Well, I mean, if we want to be completely, I guess, authentic, once a person takes a dog from a particular breeder and does whatever they're doing with that dog, that blood is no longer, like say for example, if I go get a dog from Camelot Kennels
Hey,
and then I breed it to an old family red-nosed dog, I can't necessarily say that the blood that I've produced is Camelot Kennels blood, right? Because we've taken that in a different direction.
hold on, listen. You remember you were on my skull saying I was having the puppies on the floor at my old house? Look what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? So you can't be on my skull when they have puppies. It doesn't matter. But if it's me, oh, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, everybody's got their they got their privileges, you know what I mean? Especially
Yeah.
family, man. When they rocking with you on this dog thing, man, man, listen, I don't say shit. I really don't. I let them rock out. What? You say you want that dog, it's yours. You know what I mean?
And you know what's crazy? That's why I got the Frenchie, because I had one dude attack me and he's like, you say you like Camelot and all this, but you got Frenchies, you got this and you got that. And I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to enjoy this thing because it can get draining. I mean, I know you understand now having 6 dogs, like all that attention and work and people. I don't know if yours fight, but I've had fights over here and they fight one time and after they fight, they don't like each other forever. And being young, when like being new to it, I was like, oh, it's been months, and since it's been months since they fought, I'm gonna try it again. And then as soon as I turn my back, it's like somebody was like, I need to get my lick back. You remember the last time he separated us? Let's go. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's so funny that you say that? Bull almost killed Raina when she was a puppy, right? He almost killed her. Like he damn near broke her leg. And just not yesterday, but day before yesterday, I was outside. I had them on a spring pole, and normally I work them on the chain, right? But I said today, these two, they've been in the house with me. They I raised her from a puppy. He's been with me 5-something years. They know, what I mean, that they can go ahead and play with the same toy without like bumping heads. Right?
Yeah,
that's bullshit. The minute I let them go, Raina was so kind of, she was jumping over Bull. She was doing all of this stuff. Bull got mad and he went to snatch her, and she turned around and snatched his ass right back. You know what I mean? So it's like they never really do grow out of that shit, man. I don't care what nobody says. They never really get over it.
And for real, bro, like I had to learn, because I'm just like, like I tell everybody, even all my Camelot males, they're cool with each other until like at a certain age. At a certain age, they do like, bro, you can't be around me, or I can't be around you. And then it's just like, I gotta learn. But but I always, like I said, I'm not naive anymore. Like I've learned, like, because I was like,
that's right.
Because my wife talked to me and said, how many mistakes do you really want before you realize that, this is not it? And this is a big reason why I tell most people who try to get my dogs, like, yo, do your research, learn if this is what you want to do, and it's crazy because, people just think like you just know everything, like just because I have, and it's crazy, like I tell people, they get mad, like just because I have a lot of dogs doesn't mean I've perfected it and I know everything. Like, no, I'm still learning. I'm still going through the same thing that everybody else goes through. And like saying, I was never like educated about a breaking stick. I was never really educated into papers. Like I told you, I just got into papers like 5-6 years ago. But I'm even to this day, I'm not a master on reading them. I'm, like I'll listen to you sometimes and hear you say some things, and I'm like, what is he talking about? But as I listen, I learn.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I mean, your whole journey, bro, has included, like, it wasn't necessarily the dogs that got you into homesteading. You guys were just putting that time in on your day jobs. and that's how you were able to acquire your land and all of that kind of stuff. It wasn't necessarily done on the back of the dogs.
Yeah, bro, and that's what a lot of people get mad about, because even on my YouTube, when some lady was like, "Oh, my daughter's gonna quit her job and she's gonna start a farm," and I'm like, "Lady, I got this because I went to work." You know what I'm saying?
Right,
I'm here
right.
because I do clock, and that's why I say I'm just a working man. Like, because I have another YouTuber that I follow. He always gives me props because he respects what I do, and he gets mad and he's like, "You're that dude," and I'm like, to me personally, I'm not. I'm just a dude with dogs, And he's like, "Well, even your content might not fly off yet, but you get there one day." And I'm like, I don't care about that anymore, bro. I used to, but I don't care about that. I'm just a working man trying to do my stuff. I told you, even my neighbors were like, "Oh, you got this because of the dogs," and it's like, no, I clocked in.
That's
It
right.
wasn't. It's not because of that.
That's
And
right.
and this lie of, oh, you get one dog and you be a millionaire. That was COVID. Because if you look before COVID, bro, there wasn't not a lot of channels. Have you noticed how many channels there are now, like ours?
Oh yeah.
A
Oh yeah.
million. A
Oh yeah,
million.
bro.
A
The,
million. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's got to a point where I might not even be interested in doing this anymore, because it's like saying I might just shut my stuff down and be, because I told another dude named G before, and he used to think I'm bragging when I said I do this in real life, meaning before I started my YouTube, I was, I was still selling dogs. I was
Right.
still doing what I'm doing. Like, the YouTube became, I put up a video and that video just jumped off and somebody was like, "Oh, I like your dogs." And then I was like, I never understood that people do that. And then when I got into it and I saw different channels, that's when I was like, "Oh, that'd be dope for me to, put how my dogs are and how they do it and go from there." Like, I never got into YouTube just, like, oh, I didn't know that people do that. And then, like I said, when I would put up a video of Thanos when he was young and things like that, and people like, "Oh, I like your dog," or like one time I was feeding him chicken because when I got him, it's crazy. When I got him when he's young, he had a pit bull body. People didn't even think he was gonna get big. You know what I'm saying? Because even when I got him, one of my dude was like, "Are you sure that's a big dog?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro." And then when he got older, that's when he started kicking into the size and all that. Everybody was like, "Bro, that's a pure pit." You know what I'm saying? That's Red Boy Jocko. And I was like, "No, it's not, bro." The papers say otherwise, and they're like, "Oh no, man, the papers ain't real." And then guess what? When he got older, he kicked into his body, and that's what ended
Right.
up happening.
Shout out to Louisiana Kennels in the building. Appreciate you falling through, fam. Now, I know you said you was kind of on your way to punching in and all of that, so I know our time is limited here. I'm gonna throw this out there. We could wrap this live up when the brother has to go, or if you guys want to see this live continue, what we can always do is put a link in the chat. Y'all put a fire emoji in the chat, and I'll know we gonna keep going, and I'll put the link out there for us.
Hey, come open the game.
Now, final question for you, bro, before we let you go. You have a lot of dogs, man, or a lot of different types of dogs, and they all seem to have that one thing in common, that they are high drive dogs, right?
Yeah.
Have you thought about putting them to work in some type of capacity, weight pulling or hog hunting or any of that?
I'll be real with you, Imperial. It's the time,
Even
bro.
protection work.
It's the timing. It's like I barely have time for anything. So it's the timing. Like, if I had time, yeah, I'm interested. But the thing, like, and that's where I'm at right now, trying to balance everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking you guys in with me in the car as I drive. But like,
Okay, that's what's up.
no, but like saying, it's the time trying to figure out, what I'm saying, how to balance things out, because it's crazy, being a father and my kids have sports and all this stuff. The hardest part for me is like, like I told people, the dumbest thing and the smartest thing I ever did was get more dogs, because the dumbest part was that I don't have time that much. But the smartest thing is that I'm doing what I love. Like I told you, I have an obsession with dogs. Like, if I could have 35,000 of them here and I could feed them, I'll do that. So the whole thing is me trying to figure out how to balance everything and have it go together. So It's
So, you know,
if I had the time, I would, but that's why I'm like, you know, even with shows, like I got a guy who wants me to start going to shows, but I don't know if I can, because it's just like I said, I work 6 days in a row, and then when I wake up, when I get home, I gotta deal with my dogs, and then deal with now I got animals, you know, I gotta deal with the sheeps, and you know what I mean.
no
So
days off. I know exactly what you mean.
yep.
So,
And as soon as I'm like, I'm sitting down, this dog did this, or this animal did this, or this one's sick. You know, like right now, I just got trees because my Rottweiler chewed through my fence and went and destroyed all my trees. And I don't understand why she did that in a year. But you know what I'm saying? Before that, she was cool. Like, what happened now? Like, why you gotta destroy things? What's going on?
It's annoying. It is what it is.
that's right. That's right. So I'm going to suggest, bro, that you put those dogs to work, and that's why you're getting a lot of that. Some dogs definitely need that individual attention. I think we lost him, y'all. I think we lost him, but that's all right. I see the fire emojis in the chat. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and put that link in the chat. Let me see if I got it on. Booyaka. Yeah, we definitely appreciate the brother Zulu coming through, man. That was huge. That was huge. All right, I put the link in the chat. Okay, there he is. He's back. There
Yo,
you go.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Probably when you switched over to the card thing, that happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me switch off something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. You good?
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know what happened. But listen, and I'm being real. Like, it's just the balance, trying to balance everything out is what it is. Like, because you know it's cool to have a lot of dogs, but then it's not cool when you can't, you know, because my one-on-one is on my days off, and I'll let them out, and like I said, because a lot of them started fighting, so like it's like, you know, it's weird. That's why I'm like, it's weird when I see videos or other kennels where they have like 20 dogs and they're all chilling and they have food and they're all eating. My dogs, if I put food in one spot, somebody's not touching it, and the
Right.
biggest, the one with the biggest teeth and the biggest fight is going to be the one eating, and everybody else is going to be watching.
Louisiana Kennel said, "What's the name of your kennel?"
I say, you know, my dogs are always under my name, but with this new letter, I put Zulu Nation. Just, I don't know, man. I don't know, cause I'll tell you this, bro. I'm kind of on the border, like saying I love being a breeder and I'll say a dog guy, but I'm around people who are so different. I'm around around people who are like in offices and things like that, so they kind of shame me for doing this. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
they're more like, oh, I got one dog and we love him, and how can you have so many dogs, and why is your dog in a kennel? And I'm like, but they're dogs. Not saying your dogs can't be in the house, but at the end of the day, they're your dogs. Because like even one of my neighbors got mad.
Bro, you dropped out. I don't know if you can hear me.
What's up?
Oh, you dropped out for a minute. But you were
Yeah,
saying
no,
one of your neighbors got mad?
Yeah, they were like, you got these dogs in cages, and I'm like, they're 10 by 10s, and then I said, second of all, you got horses in cages, and they're not as big as my they're like barely big as my kennels, and I've seen you beating on your horse, beating it with a stick.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You beating it with the stick to run, but yet you're telling me I'm abusing my dogs because my dogs are being dogs. So it's a thin line between doing this thing and really doing this thing, because I heard in Texas, I'm not sure, you can't even have a dog on a chain link anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of jurisdictions, and it usually comes down to the county or the town, you know, whatever that ordinance is, where they'll say you can't tether with a chain, or like where I am, you have, if the dog is kept outside, or the dog is outside and there's no fence or whatever, the dog has to be tethered. The dog has to be secured some kind of way. So I get no beef at all about having my dogs on chains, right? Except from freaking YouTube fur moms, of course.
And that's what I'm saying with me is like I'm around company people. I'm around people that, you know, like I said, like they don't even they get mad. At my work, some people be like, I don't like what you do. Why don't you go to the pound? And my reply is because of frustration, because don't make me feel weird. I'd be like, why don't you adopt? Why did you have kids? I'm like, there's a lot of kids out there with no families and, you know, whatever, but why did you adopt? And my whole point was like saying everybody's got their own reason why they do stuff, and if you want to go to the pound, I'm all for it, because are there a lot of dogs there? Yeah, but this is what I want to do.
A lot of people just don't, I guess, respect boundaries. You understand? I grew up, you know, kind of being my own person, and I've always accepted my own consequences. So when people question me about what I'm doing, I tend to look at them like, who the fuck are you? Really? Like that is my initial reaction. Like, if you don't get the hell away from me, you know what I mean, you might meet this dog up close. You understand? Like that's just me, man.
Man, because I was just telling my friend, I was like, you know, even at work, people will be like, oh, you know, I got a side business, you know, and I do this and I do that. Because even one young dude, he's a new dude, right? And he wants to get all the females. And one of the females was like, oh, I heard your dogs, you know, had puppies. Let me see. And then I was showing him. And then he's like, well, people with dogs like that are ghetto. And he got mad. I said, bro, we work the same job, clocking in the same place. And I said, I got my own house with land you're renting. And he got mad. I said, I mean, 3,500 a puppy's not ghetto to me. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
And then he was quiet, and I was like, but that's the negativity I'm talking about. Like, they try to make you look like a monster or an animal, and it's like things are not the same anymore. But you see what's going on in schools and, you know, everything's sensitive, you know. And like I said, I don't have no problems with how you feel about what you're doing. Just don't come bring it here and try to force me into it.
Absolutely. You know, people don't people don't respect boundaries to the point where they feel like they can just say anything to anybody. I grew up in a neighborhood where if you didn't watch your mouth, you know what I mean, you got punched in it, literally. If you came out your mouth slick to somebody about something, man, and you wasn't really about that, like, you got two-pieced fast. Nobody's playing with you, right? Nobody's really entertaining your self-righteousness and all of that other kind of crap. It's funny that some of the people that say these very same things, they back organizations like the Humane Society and all of that. And Pelican Bay, shout out to Pelican Bay Kennels. I was watching one of his videos the other day, and he pointed out how there was a guy, and he seemed to be, I guess, West Indian from or Caribbean from my standpoint, and they came and took the guy's dogs while he was at work, right? And they said the dogs had scratches on them that showed that he was dog fighting, right? Now, it was a Humane Society raid. It was the actual Humane Society of the United States who showed up and came and took his dogs. But there were no dead dogs. There were no injured dogs. Like, if the dogs had scratches, they were old scratches or whatever the case may be. No dog was malnourished. No dog was not cared for. They made him go and register and get all his dogs' licenses and tags and all of that kind of stuff. He complied with all of that. And they still came and took his dogs. So now Pelican Bay then went on to show how you had actual so-called rescues, right? People running these so-called dog rescues, and they had literally hundreds of dead dogs on site. But the Humane Society never showed up. It wasn't a Humane Society, but these people literally had dead dogs in crates. Like, oh my God, Like you want to grab this person and choke the life out of them. How could you say you rescue dogs and you got hundreds of dead dogs here? You understand? But
Yep.
there's no word from the Humane Society. And so a lot
Yep.
of people may cringe when I say things like the pit bull knows what it means to be a nigga in America.
Yep.
You understand?
Yep.
Because they are so like everybody loves what they do, but nobody loves them for who they are, and they get ostracized for who they truly are.
And they do the, oh, we'll save it, and then the thing is that, and then you don't find a home for it, and then it's like there was a dude loving it doing that, but you took him from that person, and then now you're doing this thing like you don't have a home for him, because like I see a lot of them like, oh, we rescued all these dogs from this person and that person, and then it becomes the, oh, we don't have a home for them though, we can't find a home. Then why'd you take him?
Right.
Why did you take them? Like saying, because like I say with my dogs, because I got plans on my own kennel to build things, but this takes time. You know what I'm saying, Imperial? It takes time. Like you want it, like I said, you saw me, bro. Like I said, I used to be in a 3-bedroom, 1-story house, and then I went to a 2-bedroom house, and then now I'm out here. But like saying, it takes time. Even not looking back at it now, just talking about it, it's a good. When you look back into your life, like a thing, because I meet all these other kennels with cement, and they have all they have. Everybody to be perfect, but they don't understand that it takes a minute. It takes a minute. Trials and tribulations, lessons learned.
Absolutely. I want to give a quick shout out to a couple of people in the chat, man. Barry Swindles and Kevin Richardson. Appreciate y'all popping in, man. Kevin Richardson said, you two guys are bossed up. I love the content. Keep it up, Zulu and Imperial. The best info. Keep pushing. I want to ask you a very serious question, bro. Do you consider yourself successful?
A what?
Do you consider yourself successful?
Honestly, no and yes. No, in terms of I'm not where I want to be, and yes, when the creator reminds me that you're complaining. I was just telling that to my mom, because I was like, like I said, I want a building, not like I want a shelter and cement for my dogs. Like I said, I've seen Kali digging and all that. I want that, but but like saying, not a lot of people have land like I do. Not a lot of people have what I have. Not a lot of people get the freedom of having so many dogs and being able to afford them. Nope, not a lot of people do it. But at the same time, I'm still not where I want to be. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to say this to you, bro. I consider you successful, right? I consider you successful because you have managed to move yourself forward, right? We haven't even touched on the whole homesteading part of it, and the raising of animals and bringing in the farm animals and that kind of stuff, because that is critical in itself, right? That's a critical piece of the puzzle, especially if you can get to the point where you don't even have to go outside your yard to buy dog food, right? Because you're raising all the food on your own property. So I want you to take this from me, if nothing else, bro. You are successful. That doesn't mean that you're finished, right? It means that you have definitely made progress from where you started, from having 2 dogs in a 3-bedroom house, right, to having over 14 dogs, farm animals on a full-blown ranch with kennels included. That measure, those steps and degrees of progress definitely put you in the realm of the success. So always keep that in mind, bro.
Hey, listen, I appreciate it, but you got to understand, the game is different, because people don't give you that respect. People don't give you that, those flowers. People want to do people want to do the, like, oh, I'm better, or I think I'm this, and it's just like, like I said, I don't have, and the one reason I'm like that is like, bro, I have a personality, like I'm open, but I don't get along with people. I was just telling that to one of my coworkers, and she was like, she was like, how do you do all this stuff and all that? And I'm like, you know why? Because everywhere I go, people ended up not liking me. I'm telling you, even there's people I've bought dogs from, and they want me to do what they want. I have my own strong personality. Like, let's say I buy a dog from you, and I'm like, this is what I'm gonna do with the dog. But it seems like you have your own dreams with the dogs, and then I end up saying, then why did you sell me the dog if you should have kept the dog? And I won't say nothing disrespectful, but people don't know boundaries, and they take your niceness as like weakness, and they think like they could say or do whatever, and then I'll say something, just like I said, the guy at my job, oh, those dogs are, ghetto people. And then when I started saying, well, you don't have your own crib, you don't, you work at the same place I do. My girl's a nurse, like, I do this, and those dogs are not $200 dogs or $100 dogs, they're $3,500 to $5K up there. And then, but then he doesn't like me now. But the thing is, like, you came to me and tried to say some disrespectful stuff. And that's what I mean, like saying my personality is different. Like, I can't say real because I don't understand what it is. Like, I'm too honest. Like, I don't know. People just hate each other, bro. In this dog game, that's another thing for everybody here. Don't trust nobody in this dog game. They all have their own agendas. And they will throw you under the bus to push it. They'll come
Shout
out
out
friendly.
to Party Boy Woods.
They'll come out friendly. They'll come out friendly, and they'll do like, oh, I'm trying to help you. But most of the time, they're not trying to help you. They're just trying to push what they think or what they want. And then as soon as you're not following suit, then they're not cool with you. And they'll even, I have people who hang out with each other, that, act like, oh, we're brothers, but because they hate me. Because like I said, I come back to this, like, yes, I have dogs, but I'm doing me. I don't have an agenda. I don't have, like, my dream is just to play God until I make the perfect dog. And honestly, and I keep saying, as soon as I think I have the perfect dog, I have new ideas. Just like the dog I'm going to breed to from Brazil. I never thought I was going to do that, but when I did my research, and there's a guy named Jay Hub on Facebook, and he's got that blood, and he started talking to me and learning, and I started learning. Then I was just like, oh snap, like, I want that, I want the size. Because what I like about that dog, it's athletic, but it's a big dog.
Right.
You don't find a lot of.
I want to share with you right quick, if I can. I want to share with you a comment that was actually made earlier that came from my brother Louisiana Kennels, and it is kind of part and parcel of exactly what you're talking about. He said, "Do not get offended by what people say before they can complain or give their opinion on the way you care for your dogs. Ask them why they going. Wait a minute. Ask them why aren't they going to save dogs? Why aren't they going to save the dogs being ate in Africa, being eaten in Africa, right?" So, in other words, everybody's self-righteous. Everybody's a so-called saint when it comes to animals and being humane to animals. But in all reality, most people who are offering these types of opinions and are getting on these self-righteous pedestal are really people that have no clue, right, as to what it really means to take care of, especially these types of dogs that have that high drive, that need to be separated from one another, that need to be, contained from. They can't just be released around other animals.
But this is why I like the vlogging that I do, because it's kind of like diaries, to be like, when you go, oh, you don't take care of the dogs, and I'm like, oh, the same dogs I spend a lot of raw food on, or the same dogs that, I put a mister, or I did this, or the same dog that I drove to California, deep in California, 5 hours to get into California, 10 hours in California to go pick up, right? You know what I mean? Like, The same dogs
Right.
that I get in trouble for with people going, do they have their shots? Like, people don't understand doing this thing. You get so much stress, scrutiny, and things behind it. It's like, cool that you have one dog that has no purpose but to be your family pet, which is cool. But don't come scrutinizing me when you don't understand what comes with this burden. I mean, I love the dog game, but to be honest, it's also a burden. Burden with neighbors, burden with special people who don't understand. And then this is why I left the regular neighborhood and I went somewhere where there's no HOA. Because with Kali's first litter, for example, one time I took her outside for 10 minutes and I went to the bathroom. The next thing, animal control was knocking on my door. And then he's like, they said your dog's been barking for 30 minutes. And then I was like, let's go to the back, because the wall that I had, you could see through the back. And she's chilling and she's not barking. And he's like, yeah, I hear no barking. And from then on, they started calling them frequently for nothing. For
Absolutely.
nothing. And it's like, you really got, my dogs don't, they don't do nothing to you. You just know that I have dogs, and you take time out of your day to go complain about me, and then you sit there and watch to see what's going to happen. It got to a point where they just started leaving letters to say, oh, those people called again. And I'm just saying, like, imagine if it was somebody who was like horrible. They would have, what the other dude went through, they would have took my dogs, because somebody's always calling, and it's just too much stress.
Understand this, bro. Always research, right, what the rules are governing things like what is considered noise, what is considered a nuisance in whatever jurisdiction you're in, right? Because between certain hours during the day, it's okay for a freaking dog to bark, right? Now, if the dog is barking at 1 o'clock in the morning and the dog is barking for an hour straight, then they have a legitimate cause to call in and say this dog is a nuisance, right? But if it's, like a siren goes by my house, all my Camelot dogs start howling like wolves. They set off their own siren, right? That's to be expected, because that's pretty much what dogs do when they hear something like a siren, when they hear that kind of noise, right? So if it's happening and it's within reason, then there's nothing for animal control to really do but say, hey, somebody complained. That's it. That's the best they can do. They cannot ever come and take a dog because it's barking.
But and that's what my neighbor got mad, because he was like, I'm not gonna live here so many years, and these dogs are always barking. And I said, you moved in the country, and you mad about people doing what they do in the country. And I said, even if my dogs bark all day, they're not gonna take them. They're just gonna say, stop your dogs from barking. If my shots are up to date, if my dogs are healthy, all they're gonna do is, your dog is barking and I'm leaving. That's it.
That's right.
And he got mad, and he was like, somebody, go ahead. What?
If it's actually considered in those nuisance hours, you understand, then they can say, okay, this happened once, this happened twice, third time there's a fine. You know what I mean? Something like that. But at the end of the day, you nailed it when you said you get your own land so that you can be your own landlord, the lord of your own land. Nobody else decrees what happens on that land but you, right? And even animal control need to announce themselves before they step foot on the property. If they're truly respecting your constitutional rights, the thing to do is to notify you by mail or by phone that there's an issue and that they need to come out and meet with you regarding that issue. Just popping up and stepping foot on your land is a violation of your constitutional rights, and you can definitely check them at the door on that.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's just finding balance, man. Finding balance. Like I told Megan, I said, when I was in the city, I never had so much anxiety. I've never had so much anxiety than over here. And you need to understand, I'm the only black man over here in my neighborhood.
Right.
Like, nobody. And like, they didn't understand. And then I'm with a white woman, so it makes it more like And I
Oh
mean, I
yeah.
know the world's changed, but it's nothing but
No, it
60-year-olds.
hasn't. No, it hasn't. The world
But
has
I'm
not
saying, like,
changed a bit, bro.
it's nothing but 60-year-old guys and 50-year-old guys and 50, 60-year-old women, and it's just like, and it's weird because they'll get mad. Like, I'll say hi and bye, but I'm not trying to chill. They'll invite me to parties. Like, I'm not trying to go. I'm not, cause like, cause even one time I was walking and I was asking a guy about, I saw a contraption about he has, and it's like it makes a sound when your dog barks, and this I was trying to figure out how to stop my dogs from barking. So, and then he's like, oh, so you're the breeder guy, and I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? And he's far from me. Like, wow. So, like, I've gotten even this far. Y'all talk about me to this distance, because it's crazy though.
Absolutely.
Those being far away from society, they act like it's a small town.
Quick shout out to my brother Abdul Kamal, who's been in the building since day one. I mean, like, we got a lot of day ones in here tonight, y'all. I appreciate y'all stopping through, showing support, showing the brother love like this. But you know, what you did was definitely a bold move, right? Uh, Arizona is not famous for being friendly, at least us friendly, right? And
Yeah.
when you get out there in those areas where people start feeling like they've got money, they've got land, and so they are better than, you're going to get a lot of that scrutiny. At the end of the day, remember something Michael Jackson said: there ain't no such thing as bad publicity, right? When you're in the entertainment business, or you're in the business of being in the public eye, there's no such thing as bad publicity. What it does is it increases your notoriety. And I promise you this, bro, as many people as you find that seem to be against you, there are a whole bunch of people who are quietly waiting in the wings supporting you. You understand what I'm saying? If you
Yeah.
think about, it's almost like that whole riverfront thing happened in Alabama, right?
Yeah.
That dude was standing on the dock by himself when he was surrounded by those white folks. But what the white folks didn't realize is that he had more supporters than he had detractors. He had more supporters than he had haters. And
Hey,
always put stock in that, bro, because that's
that
a
was
fact of life.
wild.
That's a fact of life, though. That's how it really is. As many people that you see trying to knock you down, there's probably twice as many silently sitting in a rafter saying, "Go, brother, go. Go, brother, go."
And like I said, my end goal, bro, is just to breed my dogs, be happy, and try to get more animals, and just honestly, and I might move from there after a while and get more land, because that's the goal with me and my wife: get more land and just enjoy my dogs, and just build what I like. Um, like saying, and establish a dog that I made that, even if it's not famous. But and let me ask you that, Ray. When do you go, this is a dog I made?
When you have literally departed from everything that you know people are trying to push on you, when you can honestly say, I sat back, I thought about this, and this is the way I want to go with it, this is what's going to give me satisfaction, and then you go ahead and you execute that. That's your work, bro. Nobody
And
else can take credit for that.
and then let's
Not a
say,
soul on the planet.
let's say, okay, I use, so when, like, this is what I don't get about everything. So when you keep adding though another stud, like saying, okay, like let's say I use Thanos, I use his son, I use his daughters, whatever, and then but here and there I use somebody else's stud to just add different blood. Is that still your dog, or then do you start over? You get what I'm saying? Like saying, like saying, let's say when do you go, when you look at a dog and see features and be like, that's an imperial dog, even if somebody else, like Kenny and his partner, like when they're like, that's Camelot, that's Kenny, like that's that blood. Like, when do you get there?
Quick shout out to Soul Power, aka Gamed Up Kennels. My brothers in the building. I would say this, bro. The minute you decide on what you want your standard to be for a particular line of dogs, right? So if you say I want short, squat, athletic Camelot dogs, and I want big-headed, big-boned Rottweiler dogs, I don't care where you get your studs from. I don't care where you get your dams from. Once you put them together and you start producing what you want consistently, you can say that's my dog. That's my line of dogs. Because what you'll see is that so long as you keep breeding according to that formula, those dogs are going to take on, or that line is going to take on unique characteristics in and of itself. Okay. You're going to have dogs that can't nobody say, oh, well, you know what? That's nothing but a Kenny Sonia dog. Or that's nothing but a Viet Shark dog. Or that's nothing but this guy's dog. No, they're going to say, wow, we put that Viet Shark with the Kenny Sonia, and now he's got, you know, this, that, and the third, and he bred that, and those came out exactly the way he wanted. That brother's dogs are different. That brother's dogs are way different than anything that Kenny Sonia's doing or Viet Shark is doing. When you put your stamp on it, it's definitely yours.
Yeah, because that's what I never understood, like saying, okay, you know, because you always got to put in outside blood to add a little sauce or to get something different. So when you add that outside blood, does it then restart like that's not yours? You know what I mean? Because you could say he didn't produce it. He used, because with these ones, this is why I put my name on it, because I'm like, both the dogs, both the parents I produced, so I can do that. Before I just put my name because I didn't feel like that's something that came out of my hands. You know what I mean? I feel like I told you, I just bought two dogs from different people and I put them together, and then I was like, I made those dogs. You know what I mean? So these were mine. I bred them. I saw them come out the parents' private areas, and I fed them. I made them who they are. So, like, and so that's why I never understood, because I had a friend who said you can never say you got your own blood because you're always incorporating somebody else's blood.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. My brother Soul Power said, don't forget to smash that like button, y'all. Smash that like button. That's what's up. Appreciate you, Soul. Real talk. Party Boy Wood said, I think you started over if you stud with another person's dog. So this is my thing, right? That you may see a dog that you really like, right? And let's say you run across this dog on a Facebook or Instagram somewhere. You say, wow, that's a badass dog. I would love to have dogs like that. If that's what you want, then your best bet is to go to that person and say, listen, I want a puppy off that dog, right? Now, let's say you say, I like that dog, but I want to have something a little bit different. Maybe I want a dog that's a little bit slimmer. Maybe I want a dog that's a little bit more active or a little bit more athletic. So you go out and you get a female that's going to bring to the game what you want, and then you go and stud to that person's dog. Well, that's your work. That puppy that comes out, especially if it comes from two different camps, that's a Zulu Nation dog, right? That's Izzy's dog. That ain't nobody else's dog. So I look at a lot of what people are doing, and you know, it's great. Okay, you got, you know, a dog from this camp, and you got a dog from a camp that got dogs from that same camp. Then you kind of working with that same blood.
I'm getting to work. I'm gonna have to get off. I'm getting to work. I'll be listening though. I gotta get off.
No worries, beloved. Yo, listen, it's been great having you, man. I'm glad you can hang out with us this long.
Hey, I hope I was good enough, bro. Like I said,
listen,
I'm no
bro,
expert.
We're gonna do a part two to this, man. We're not even done. You got to do a whole yard tour live for us, bro. You know what I mean? So we're not even done, man. We're not even done. We're gonna do a part two to this, all right?
Yes, sir.
Peace and blessings. Have a great day at work, man, and give our collective love and support to your family as well, bro.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. There you have it. Zulu Nation. Zulu Nation. Zulu Nation, y'all. That I mean, and the brother's been at it consistently for the last 5 years. Now, as I was saying earlier, I'm gonna put this link in the chat, and we're gonna open this floor up, man. We're gonna open this floor up. We ain't gonna shut it down yet. We ain't gonna shut it down yet. I got 4 spots. So if you feel like you want to hop on, come on, get in here, man. Come on and get in here. I'm on my groove tonight, man. Y'all got me started, bro. Uh-oh. Shout out to Biggest Pitbull, who said, is this the owner of Shadow? I don't think so, bro. But I appreciate you stopping through. I appreciate your presence here. Thank you so much. Let me put this joint back up here. Anybody that feel like they want to hop on, man, let's go ahead and get it, man. Let's go ahead and get it, man. Asiatic Soldier said, excellent live. Brother representing strong. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Louisiana Kennels asked, are any of your studs related? Was that a question for Zulu, or is that a question between Imperial and Zulu? In other words, are any of my studs related to his studs? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just running through these comments, y'all. Let me see if I forgot anything here. Louisiana Kennel said, outside of city limits is always best, even if it's just a mile outside of the city radius. I agree with you wholeheartedly, bro. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Anytime you have a denser population, there's always more rules, regulations, stuff that you have to adhere to, and it's a pain in the butt, honestly. It is a pain in the, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man. Rob Keener said, I'm no expert in the dog game, but there is so much cap on the internet. I need proof of concept and what you're breeding for before I'm going to spend my hard-earned money. Salute to that, bro. Salute to that, right? I cannot, there's a lot of people, man, that I've talked to, I've reached out to, and the egos in this game are serious, right? If you ain't buying the dog from them, or if you haven't bought a dog from them, then they act like they don't have the time of day for you, right? And that's something, man, even those that you may have bought dogs from in the past, when they drop new litters or whatever the case may be, a lot of them are offended if you're not going back to them saying, oh yeah, I'll buy another puppy from you, right? People don't give you the respect for having your own vision, right? And that old saying that a man's ego is the hardest thing on a dog is so true, man, because very few people are willing to accept that they don't have exactly what everybody's looking for. One of the things about this channel, I started this channel as a journal for my own purposes so that I could see the growth and development of my program, right? And how I'm handling my dogs. Am I improving in the way that I deal with my dogs, and so forth and so on? That was the purpose of this channel. Now, I believe it was just pure authenticity that allowed people to tap in, right? People appreciated what was going on. That's not to say that everybody that comes on and has a suggestion is something I'm going to take and run with, right? Any more than the average person on the street looking around saying, oh, okay. Louisiana Kennel said that question was addressed to me of whether or not any of my studs were related. Absolutely not. Well, I'm not going to say that. Bull and Solo have some blood in common. But I believe personally that Solo was taken in a different direction, right? Solo's grandfather comes from a camp that, you know, they more about the bullies, you understand? Which is the reason why I personally chose to label and register Solo as an American bully, right? Whereas Bull, 100% American Pit Bull Terrier, and that's in his UKC paperwork, point blank, right? There's no equivocation about that. So while they have some dogs in common, going back to dogs like I believe there's some bruiser in both dogs. Well, no, I don't think Solo has the bruise. I got to double check, but I know they go back like all the way back to like the Duke, and they have that blood in common, right? But other than that, their pedigrees are quite different. Their pedigrees are quite different. Yeah, okay, I got it. Is Ghostface Bull or Solo related? Only in the sense that they all have old family red-nosed blood in them. That is the only real relation between all three dogs. And basically, when you really look at my yard, old family red nose is the common denominator on the yard. Even in the little Hollingsworth gyp, if you trace that blood all the way back, you'll definitely find the old family dogs in there. Kev Richardson said, part 2, awesome, bro. He got to know we support him as a real dog man. I hope to catch all the lives. The blood of the dogs stands for itself. Absolutely. You know, I'm very familiar with how discouraging things can get, particularly when you feel like you're standing in a pocket alone, right? When you're standing in there and there's, you know, blows are coming and there's nothing else, you know, you throwing your blows, but there's no real support. It's like when the round is over, you go back to your corner and there's no corner man there. There's no, you know, there's no cut man there. This dog game can be a lot like that. And so these fraternities, man, this camaraderie that we build on these platforms is so critical. It's so critical because when that man is out there and the only real help he has is women and children, he's trying to run a whole farm, y'all, whole homestead, right? Farm animals and dogs, Rottweilers, and all these high drive animals. Like, that's a lot on anybody. And as most of us know, those kennels are not really built for a dog that really has a determination, right? A dog that's really got that tenacity and that determination, man, will put a kennel, the average Tractor Supply, Home Depot kennel, to shame, right? Well, I say Home Depot, but they don't sell kennels. But y'all get where I'm coming from with that, man. You know, there's stuff you have to get almost specialty equipment for these dogs, man. So it can, I've seen a brother struggling at times, man. It was one of the reasons why I wanted to do this live for him, so that he could see, man, that there's a whole community of people, man, that actually support one another in what we do out here. Biggest Pit Bull said, what do you think about the Red Duke blood? If I'm not mistaken, Red Duke was a son of Duke, but they took it, I believe they took it to some blue dogs, right? There's something to be said for that. But for my purposes, I like the Camelot crossed into, you know, the Camelot catch dog. crossed into the American Pit Bull box style dog, box style game dog, because they have similar temperaments. In fact, I'd argue to say that, the temperaments are the same, right? When my dogs want to get at something, I have, it takes some work to restrain them. You understand? So while the Red Duke blood is great, I will say this. One of the reasons why I decided to pick up dogs outside of the Camelot lines was because, in my estimation, in my personal opinion, the Camelot world has gone the way of the designer dog. People are breeding for size, they're breeding for looks, they're breeding for this, that, and the third. And I want a working dog. I want a dog that's true to its roots. So I give less, and this is not to say that conformation shows and such are not important, but I personally did not get into these dogs to go to dog shows, to go, to do conformation shows and do, all of this other stuff. I think it's important in the sense that if you have a good working dog and you have a conformationally correct dog and you bring them together, then you're bringing best to best, right? I think that's absolutely critical. But in all reality, I'm not a person that says, showing a dog as the end all and be all. So the Red Duke blood, again, it's fine in and of itself. And for the people that like that, that's great. But I'm trying to breed a dog, man, that can get in these woods and bring down coyote. And I target coyote, number one, because in certain areas, they have become a problem in residential areas. Secondly, the coyote as an animal that, as a predator, is a very silent animal. It's a very long-winded animal, and it can be a very aggressive animal during mate or during denning season, right? After they actually bred and they got a litter of cubs on the ground, they can definitely be very aggressive. And so if I'm going to produce American Pit Bull Terriers, I need to produce dogs that are true to their genetic makeup. If that makes sense. I need to produce dogs, man, that can prove they can get the job done. And that is especially important when you start talking about coyotes snatching little girls. I've seen videos where coyotes ganged up on a woman and literally, like, they had their way with her. You understand? So that type of stuff is the type of stuff that I target. You understand? And that's why I produce the dogs I produce. Or I'm looking to produce the dogs that I want to produce. Inquisitive Jen said, good bill as usual. In the future, do you plan on hosting non-pit bull breeders like Ulysses Muff of Vanguard to give their 2 cents? So I'll be honest. I spend so much time trying to allow my dogs to educate me. I have very little time to go outside of my yard or my lines. You understand? I pay attention to the lines that I'm breeding and the people that are doing, working stock along those lines. As of lately, especially with solo, I have people coming to me from all different directions, right? I have people right here in the neighborhood who want to breed, who want to bring a female Boer bull, right? The South African Boer bull to solo, right? People wanting to bring American bullies to solo, right? And I always try to make it a point to, let these people know that's great if you want to pay your stud fee or you understand. But me personally, I'm not looking to produce bullies. I'm not looking to produce band dogs. I'm looking to produce American Pit Bull Terriers with that good old school genetic drive, right? Good working hounds. No matter where you put those four paws down, that dog is ready to work. No matter what you put it down in front of, that dog is ready to work. So that's you know, I really look at, like I've started, checking out certain channels about Boer Bowls and checking out that history and all of that kind of stuff, because I want to kind of know what is it that this person is bringing, and trying to link with, right? Does he have a good Boer Bowl? By Boer Bowl standards, how's the temperament on the dog by Boer Bowl standards? How's the structure on the dog by Boer Bowl standards? So, that's usually when I kind of start looking at other stuff. Now, I will say this also. One of the things I liked about the Camelot line is that, let's take, for example, the dog y'all see in this thumbnail here. Bull is definitely a dog that can go on 4 legs or on 2 legs. And I love that versatility in the Camelot line. And I would like to see that in all my dogs, right? One of the things about Ghostface, he's still a very young dog, but he's too pretty for his own good, right? And I believe that can ruin a dog when everybody's always walking up to the dog, cooing over the dog and wanting to pet the dog. Oh, he's so cute. He's so pretty. Oh. I think that is one of the worst things you can do to a working dog. Really. Because all it's really doing is making him the center of attention. And anytime he sees anybody, he thinks, oh, yeah, it's a party. It's all about me now. And you will find that, you have to kind of remind the dog that your place is here by my side and you need to get this work. We have a job to do, right? So I made the mistake one day of letting Ghostface hang out with some of the neighbors' dogs. She had like a 6-month-old female mutt, and there was a puppy there, and there were a bunch of kids around, and there were women around, and so it was great socialization. But at the end of the day, now every time we walk past that area, he starts whining, looking for those people. He tries to pull me in that direction, right? And so I have to constantly remind him, no, bro, you're not the center of attention. It's not your show. Let's go. We're going this way. This is your job. Louisiana Kennel said, what tools do you feel is necessary for every kennel/yard? And I noticed that, Ray, all your dogs all have that fawn red coloration. So, like I said, all my dogs are predicated on the old family red nose. That's the common factor, common denominator in all my dogs, right? And my personal affinity for the old family red nose goes back to dogs like Centipede, right? Goes back to dogs like even Vindicator. The old family red-nosed dogs have proven to be kind of almost a base that is great to work with when you're trying to produce good catch dogs, right? They also show a good tendency towards, being able to do that farm work, right? They have the ability to discern between what is a threat and what is not. And I find that that's, more so in the temperament, right? Now, I'm not gonna kid nobody. I've done that box thing, you know what I mean? And when you're trying to do just the box, then you don't care if the dog has a level of discernment. right? But I like IQ and intelligence. And to me, the old family red-nosed dog kind of brings that. Now, you will find some lines, right, or coming from some camps that, the dogs are what we call dumb game, right? They don't have much ability, may not have much mouth, but hell, they're gonna be there to the very end. You definitely, they're gonna make you kill them. You understand? But I don't necessarily want that in a dog, because I want the dog to be able to encounter an issue and figure it out. I need IQ in my animals. I really do. And that's something that I insist on. So y'all will notice, I think in the short I dropped earlier, I alluded to the fact that, I flipped the whole yard, right? I brought all the box dogs inside, put all the cam dogs on the yard. And that is solely because each and every dog needs to learn my will, needs to be able to develop that IQ that only comes from interaction with his handler, right? Nobody's going to develop these dogs' IQ but me. You understand? So what I need and want from the dog, I have to be able to teach to that dog, and I have to be able to assess that dog for its ability to receive what I'm teaching. Even Tata, as wild as she is and as crazy as she can be at times, she has learned that if I say stay, that's what I mean. You understand? I don't put her through a whole, obedience trial, if you will, but definitely the things that I need from her in the field, these are the things that I want, I want her to understand. And as long as she's growing in intelligence, as long as she's growing in understanding, then I feel very comfortable breeding that dog, knowing that the puppies that she pushes out, we'll have them from day one, and we'll be able to continue what we began instilling in her, if that makes sense. Now, as far as what I feel is necessary for every kennel, every yard, what tools? First goddamn thing you need is a rake and a shovel, right? First thing you need is a rake and a shovel, man. All too often, because the dogs are on the yard or the dogs are outside, we can sign, and we look at some of our predecessors in this game, and we've seen some of the older videos, and we've seen how some of those dogs were kept, shit all over the, forgive me, but yeah, pens piled up with shit. I've seen it in Patrick videos, and no knock on any person, you understand? But for me, right, I like to be close to my animals, right? It almost bothers me when I can't allow my animals to kind of jump on me and give them a big hug and, kind of grab their ears and wrestle them up a little bit and throw them around a little bit and let them jump back at me. I believe in all that kind of stuff. But if the dog is constantly stepping in its own poop and is dragging its chain through its own poop, obviously you don't want that dog jumping on you. Right? Even if you got your dog man clothes on, you don't want that on you, right? So a rake and a shovel is the very first thing a motherfucker should get if he's gonna have dogs on the yard. You understand? When you're talking about the American Pit Bull Terrier, when you're talking about high prey drive dogs, period, I believe in tethering with the chain, right? With toe chain preferably. And that's predominantly because you can never tell what's going to set these dogs off, right? It could be something as simple as a skunk passing by. It could be somebody, driving by with a noisy car. You understand? But once these dogs get started and they start hitting that chain, or they end up at the end of their leash, it becomes a problem. I would also say you want a way to secure that yard, right? You want a way to secure that yard. Somebody was asking a question on the live with Samurai Kennels, or was it Soul Power? You know, y'all brothers tag team so much. I'll be I'll be forgetting whose live it was. But on I believe it was Soul Power's live, man. Somebody asked a question about, you know, securing the yard. You know what I mean? Or you know, what you would recommend. And so with the Camelot dogs on the yard, very few people would want to risk going in there, right? Whether it's Raina, Bull, Solo, right? Nobody really wants to go on that yard. And I've been plotting on doing this for a minute, but I'm gonna get it done one day. But I'll show y'all exactly why. But you know, when you got those, you know, muscular and athletic and you know, pretty aggressive dogs, who's gonna want to take the chance of going in and trying to steal one, right? And that was a big thing, man. What's that? Well, but the whole stealing dogs thing, man, and securing your yard, it's great if the dogs can secure themselves, right? So I believe that's definitely one of the tools that you would need. However you choose to go about that, you want to secure your yard. And honestly, that is Solo's primary purpose for being on the yard. Solo's the one dog that I rarely bring inside. He was inside for a straight 2 years so he could learn my will, hard-headed as he is, and he's been on a yard since. So in terms of tools, something to secure your yard, you definitely need that rake and that shovel. You understand? And even more so than tools, I would just say things that facilitate the upkeep of the dogs are necessary, right? So what I mean by that, you want a steady source of water, right? You want a decent way to dispose of the waste, right? And these are challenges that you will find, especially if you live within city limits, right? If you're raising these dogs within city limits, these are things that you find yourself truly being challenged by. So those are some of the things that I would definitely include, man. But starting with that rake and a shovel, man, you want a clean environment for your dog, man. You want a clean environment for your dog. Rob Kena asks, even though Solo is a bully, he seems to be a bit of a throwback. He has pretty tight structure and not over exaggerated. So again, Solo's mom has OFRN in her. Now, I can't speak for his sire at all. Solo seems to me to be more like his grandsire than his sire. And that's a whole different question that, I honestly, certain things I just won't even approach because I don't trust the people involved at this point. I don't trust the people involved no further than I can spit. So with Solo, I definitely went the route of, kind of rerouting him or putting him in his proper category. We'll put it that way. Solo is a bully in my eyes. All right, let's see what else we got here. Biggest Pit Bull said, old school gray line and do good blood mixes well with Camelot. When you say old school gray line, I got to salute to that, bro. That old school gray line. Now, I got to respect that. In fact, that's a lot of what we saw in my neighborhood when I was coming up. You know what I mean? Even I would say even kind of before Razor's Edge, if you would, those gray line dogs are, or they were, you know, they gonna clamp down on something. They're gonna clamp down on something, and you know, good luck getting them off. A lot of dudes was rolling those dogs and all that kind of stuff back then, man. But you know, I'm talking early 90s, man. Dudes was mixing those dogs with Rottweilers, and they was mixing pits with Rottweilers, and then they put them down. You know, once the sun go down, everybody go over to the schoolyard or whatever it is, and you know, they put them down and see who got what. So you know, it's definitely a line to be respected. My problem is that once Dave Wilson himself deviated from an American Pit Bull Terrier and an American Staffordshire Cross or collaboration, that's where, you know, things just started getting crazy. Things started getting funky, and now we've got something that, you know, like guy sent me he sent me some paperwork on his dog, and it says the dog is 40-something% American Bully. Well, what exactly is an American Bully? Right? I recall I don't know if it was BGK. I forget who the brother was, man, off the top of my head. But you know, fairly popular breeder of bullies, of American bullies, so forth and so on. And the question was put to him, what is an American bully? And his honest answer was, we don't know. That was his honest answer. So, you know, that's what I stand on. You know, if you can find that original gray line and you find that original Camelot kennels, you're working with something. But once you got to Camelot pits and they started putting that Mastiff in, you know, and creating these band dogs and then still passing them off as American Pit Bull Terriers, you lost me. You lost me right then and there. If I wanted a band dog, I know how to create a band dog. I don't, you understand? Like that didn't impress me at all, and I don't really stand by that. Party Boy Woods said Old Family Reds. If they real Old Family Reds, that's the best. So even with the Old Family Reds, man, like anything else, you got to be careful, right? When people start breeding for the look, right, and people start cooing and going goo gaga over just how the dog appears, with no reference whatsoever to how the dog performs, that is, to me, that's a red flag. So with the Old Family Reds that I like, I like to see some drive in those dogs. I like to know that dog can get out there and do some catch work. Other than that, what's the point of it being an Old Family Red-Nosed dog? Like, what's the big deal? You understand? So yeah, I definitely agree with you. If they real Old Family Reds, yeah. Ghostface dog is actually there's a Klaus out in that dog through the Kizenball blood. I love that. I love that stuff right there. That old Klaus blood is old Corvino blood, right? And so when you can keep some of that up front, it makes a very nice, you know, oomph with that Old Family Red Nose. And then when you look at that old Klaus blood and the old Corvino stuff coming back off the Tudor stuff, and you know, some of the Williams stuff, you know, like it all meshes when you go back in those generations. And the older it gets, for me, the better. You know what I mean? Because bringing it up front is part of the thrill of what I do. All right. Rob said, considering there are 3 types of Boer bulls, hound type, bull and terrier type, and the largest, the Mastiff type, I wonder what he is hoping to achieve going to solo. So the gentleman that brought this proposition to me, I guess he wanted something more so. He's an American bully breeder, right? He breeds bullies, and he wanted something that had more drive, something that had the more protection oriented and things like that. So I guess the Bobo kind of fell in his hands, and he wanted to do something with the dog. So this is definitely the Mastiff type dog. And what you're gonna get is a good sized band dog, but Solo is rather unique in the fact that he does have a certain amount of athleticism that it's difficult to find in a 110, 120 pound dog, right? So those you see a lot of XL bullies, you see a lot of the XL bully stuff, but I just ain't seen nobody, damn near flying the way Solo gets up. And that was something that when I got him as a puppy, I insisted on. I mean, Solo was introduced to a flirt pole when he was like 7 weeks old. Literally, the day I got him, he was introduced to a flirt pole. So that's something that I've always insisted on in every one of my dogs. Like, I need that athleticism. When I first got Bull, he was a dog that wouldn't even leave his feet. He'd rear up on his hind legs, but in terms of actually jumping and snatching something out the air, he would kind of shy away from that. He would kind of hold back from that. And it was simply because he hadn't been taught that. He wasn't used to throwing his weight around properly, right? And so that was something that I worked on him with till he could do damn near backflips. Inquisitive Jen asks, is the watchdog stuff off the gray line or the other way around? I believe Watchdog actually went a different direction. The Watchdog stuff was actually Eli Carver brought to American Staff. Yeah. So they produced a lot of big black dogs and stuff like that. But yeah, that was more Eli Carver going to American Staffordshire, whereas the gray line stuff was what was, I forget the line they actually used. But I know it was something in American Staff. Robert Keenan says, I believe Watchdog was first. Okay. Asiatic Soldier asks, are you interested in hog work, weight pulling as well, or just the coyote hunting? We definitely want to produce some dogs, man, that can go down and get some hogs. Weight pulling, I only use as more of a conditioning tool. I don't believe in the sport of weight pulling. I believe once you make that a dog's main job, you've definitely taken the genetic pool in a different direction, right? So, weight pulling as a conditioning tool, great. Weight pulling as a job, I'll leave that to the Saint Bernard. Asiatic asks, what helped you in your journey of mastering reading the pedigrees? Whew. Wow, what helped? Pure curiosity. Even today, when I read certain peds, the first 4 generations are usually all dogs that are pretty recent, right? From camps that I know nothing of, I'm not even familiar with. So I literally have to take those peds and I want to know where these dogs came from. Were they Tudor dogs, right? Were they Corvino dogs? Were they, I really like to trace them back to the original source. That's what's helped me most, being very curious about exactly where these dogs came from and how they were put together. If you really look at most peds and you really kind of study them carefully, you will see a certain formula, right, that was used in breeding the old dogs. And then you can look, at the dogs that are up close, and you can tell whether or not that formula was kept. And if the formula was not kept, right, then you know that there's a good chance you're not going to get quite the results that were achieved in the past, right? You're going to get something a little bit different. So as much as who the dogs are in the pedigree, I look at the formula, the breeding formula that was used, right? What out was used? How often was it used? How often did they come back to it? All of those kinds of things. Kev said early 90s, my good friend had some of that Bob Wallace blood, straight fire. I'm telling you, a Mack truck on all levels. Bob Wallace was another one. Like the old family blood, most people think that when you hear the term old family, it automatically denotes old family red-nosed dogs. And that's not necessarily the case. The red nose thing came in at a point where certain people were trying to preserve what they found in Leitner dogs, right? The old Leitner dogs. But the old family blood doesn't necessarily automatically mean a red nose. Now, there's nothing wrong if that's your preference aesthetically, right? A lot of people appreciate that red nose, and that red dog, red nose look. I'm not so much a fan. Like I'll take a jet black dog as quick as I'll take a red nose dog, but it has to be the right dog. You understand what I'm saying? And so old family blood, the older the blood, the more I'm comfortable with it, right? When you look at the Bolio Tombstone dogs, that goes back to Klaus's Zeke and the Goldie dog and all of that, like that's old stuff right there. We call it by modern names Bolio Tombstone, but that stuff is way older than Bolio or Tombstone. And so these are the things that I'm looking for. If I mess with the Bolio line, or I mess with the Mayday line or the Macho Buck line, that's because of the old blood that's in there, not because so much that the dog looks this way or looks that way, right? I'm after that old blood. And as things go today, you predominantly find that in the old family red-nosed dogs from certain camps, right? Camelot Kennels did a hell of a job in reaching into that and bringing that forward. So that's, that really kind of excited me about the Camelot line. Rob Keener says Solo definitely has great athleticism for his size. I hope if he is bred to a female that is athletic, it will produce slightly smaller dogs than Solo, but with a good amount of his bone density. I've been really contemplating exactly how I want to breed him, because I'm not a big fan of doing a breeding where I don't want nothing, right? And like Solo was an only dog, supposedly the only dog in his litter, hence the name Solo. But if I were in the position of that particular breeder who had produced only one dog from this litter, there's no way under heaven, on earth, or in the universe beyond that I'm selling that dog. Because by my way of thinking, this one dog got all of the genetics of both parents, right? This dog got the best of the best. There was nothing else for him to get, right? There was nobody for him to share anything with. So he got it all. He should literally be the epitome of what you're looking for from that breeding, because he's the only dog. So why do you sell that dog? Why do you get rid of that dog? And why do you fail to breed that dog when the opportunity arises? These are all questions I had, and it caused it definitely has it's engendered some distrust in me towards his original breeders. So when I look to breed Solo, I'm gonna bring him to a bitch that's on fire, a bitch that's brolic, a bitch that does the damn thing in the field and can show her work. Like she and I do have a dog in mind. I'm not gonna reveal it just yet, but that's several months down the line anyway. So, you know what I mean? We got some time before I actually, you know what I mean, put that out there. Asiatic asks, what kibble do you recommend these days? What is your dog doing? That's the first question I gotta ask. I've been on Diamond High Energy lately, which is, it's suitable for what we're doing. But say for a dog like Tata, right, who literally runs herself to a point where, she worries me, right? She runs herself to the point where she worries me. I've literally seen her catch the runner's high, where she's just going and can't stop her damn self. She's just going. And you can snap your fingers, you can call her, you can wave your hands, and she's not even seeing you. She not like, she's just on one. So for a dog like that, I got to go a notch above the Diamond High Energy. If I'm going to really do her right, and it's in the budget, it's feasible in terms of time and money, then I'm going to raw feed that dog. Honestly. And that is my initial preference for all dogs. Raw feed is definitely the way to go. Now, when you have multiple dogs and you have multiple responsibilities, it's not always, the most efficient route to go. So you have to kind of balance effectiveness, what's going to be effective, with what's going to be efficient. And so right now, Diamond High Energy helps us hit that midpoint. I was working with the Sports Mix Black Bag. That and the Diamond High Energy have the same protein and fat count. Crude protein 24, crude fat 20. If I have, if I'm gonna bump it up in a kibble for a dog like Katana, like Tata, then I'm gonna go with something that has an even higher fat count. And that's difficult to find in a kibble, right? That's when you start getting into your 1 pound leg quarter, which is like 27% fat. You understand what I'm saying? Or your pound of 73% lean ground beef, because that has 27% fat. You understand? These are the things that I'm sorry, the chicken leg quarter, I believe, is 24% fat, and the ground beef is 27%. Because the dog is super active like that, you need more fat on the dog. You need more fat in the diet, right? Keep in mind, most kibbles are heavy carbohydrates. And when conditioning, that it plays a real crucial role. Plays a real crucial role because carbohydrates, they produce glucose as a byproduct, right? And that glucose is it's almost like caffeine in a human being, right? It gives that initial burst, but then there's a very sharp drop off, right? So you'll see the dog, half hour after that kibble is in them, they may be good, right? They all the energy in the world for a good half hour, and then suddenly it looked like they running hot. The tongue is hanging, all of that kind of stuff. They starting to get the froth at the mouth, and that's after a half hour. That's literally a result of the carbohydrates in the kibble that produce glucose. And those are the effects or the side effects of glucose in a dog's diet, especially a working dog. Party Boy Weed said, Old Family Red, Kobe, Chinaman, top 3 bloodlines. Chinaman is that was a snooty dog, right? And you got to kind of take that back to Eli. You understand? So again, Chinaman is more recent for us, but when you look at what's behind him, you see that these are deep Eli dogs. So the Old Family Red, Kobe, and Eli, it's hard to go wrong if you put that together. Now, of course, you're looking for percentages. You're looking at the camp you're getting it from, the lines, off of which dogs. But you can definitely get a party started with them 3 beyond a shadow of a doubt. Any book recommendations or any advice for up and coming gurus? Oh man, listen. I'm not a guru my damn self, so I can't go that route. As far as book recommendations, I'm not gonna recommend specific titles. What I will recommend, I recommend as much of the old stuff as possible, right? I also recommend reading old periodicals, right? Old magazines and stuff from, as old as you can get them, 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. If they go older than that, get them older than that. And the reason I say that is because you're not going to swear by any of them as the absolute authority or Bible on the subject, right? What you're going to do is you're going to take that stuff and you are going to become your own guru, right? Because nobody can tell you about your dogs better than you can tell yourself, right? Like, you out there with those dogs every day. You looking that dog in the eye when it eats. You looking that dog in the eye when it works. You looking that dog in the eye when you giving commands. You understand? Your hands are on that dog when you release it into the field. So as individual as human beings are, dogs are equally so. And what works for one person or what works for one dog is not going to work for them all. There is no such thing as a blanket, formula. And, these dogs have literally taught me that the hard way. When I put Ghostface and I put the Wednesday dog, who I call Fat Girl, when I put them side by side, both are Old Family red-nosed dogs. She's short, barrel-chested, stocky, thick-boned. He's tall, long-legged, sleek, and way more athletic, right? So those are both Old Family red-nosed dogs. Nevertheless, They are light years apart in terms of structure, in terms of temperament, the whole 9 yards. I wouldn't consider Wednesday a very playful dog at all. She don't play too tough at all. You know what I mean? She let you know off the rip, and she's very headstrong. Whereas Ghostface, he's what I call malleable. You can definitely mold that dog, teach him what you want him to learn, so forth and so on. So you definitely get differences in temperament and mentality. And I want to reach back into what we were saying on the live with Soul, man, that the mind of a dog is the one thing that very few people really pay attention to. And you can tell a lot about what a dog is, kind of where a dog is at mentally, by literally looking that dog in the eye when it's doing certain things. If you're really, really observant, you will notice that even before you give a command, your dog is trying to beat you to the punch. And that is because dogs watch your eyes and your body language. You see, dogs are students of human nature as much as we are students of canine nature. In fact, they are more so students of human nature than we are of canine nature. Dogs study us. Our dogs study us. They watch our every move. When we think they just laying in the kennel doing nothing, they watch. They watch. So, in terms of, advice for an upcoming, or for somebody really trying to at least master what's in their yard, I would definitely say, watch the eyes on the dog. Watch the eyes on the dog when it's working. Is the dog dialed into what it's doing, or is the dog looking off into the distance? Right? And quite honestly, that kind of goes back to the box days where, you can see when a dog want to get out of there. You can see when the dog don't really want to be there. Right? You start, you can just tell, especially if you're looking at the eyes on that dog. So that would be my advice. Pay attention to the dog's eyes, and you'll find that every time you look that dog in the eye, that dog is probably looking at you in your eyes. All right. Inquisitive Jen said, I think Lee at American Sentinel has some pure old school Mayday dogs he still puts out every once in a while. See, we say Mayday is old school, right? But to me, the Mayday Macho Buck, that's recent stuff, right? That's recent stuff to me. Now you talk about Carver's Black Widow, Black Shine, you talk about Tudor Spike, Dibo, and now we talking old school. You know what I mean? To me, that's old school. So, you know what I mean? I definitely I like to push back a little bit further. Absolutely. But Lee at American Sentinel, he's creating band dogs. And he's basically, he's got his own lane. He's got his own lane. He likes his band dogs on the bigger side, where I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with the brother Bando for Life out in Cali. He's got a Dogo and some other stuff he mixed in with pit bull blood. These are his version of band dogs, but they're very I think he had the Hitler dog and the Peabody dog. You see how they came out. The only thing that really lets you know that they're not pure American Pit Bull Terriers is the tail, right? So when it comes to that whole band dog field, people are doing a lot of different things. And whether people want to acknowledge it or not, Kenneth Sonia of Camelot Pits, he produced band dogs, especially off the Outlaw dog. For years, he was, using that American Pit Bull Terrier term, but he was producing band dogs, So, there's that. So you've got those types of band dogs. You've got the Bando style type band dogs. You've got the American Sentinel type band dogs. I once had pleasure to lay hands on a band dog, man, that was, we called him Davo. And he was bred off some Eli stuff, brought to a Mastiff. I'm not sure what type of Mastiff. But at 10 months old, they triple dogged him. At 10 months old, they triple dogged him. The oldest dog on him was a 7-year-old that had literally put other dogs to sleep. And then there were 2 younger dogs that were maybe about a year old. And he ignored the 2 younger dogs and came up with that 7-year-old's chest in his mouth. And he shook that bitch across the yard, man, until, like there was an abandoned car in the driveway, or an old car, I'll say, in the driveway. And he banged her up against that car so much, so long. Literally looked like she had got hit with like a 12-gauge shotgun in her chest, man. They retired Kiba after that. So, not to say that these dogs are losing anything or lacking anything, but that band dog is a whole universe in itself. Party Boy Wood said, a lot of people feed their dogs kibble full of protein, but don't work their dog. Got to understand what you feeding your dog and why, as far as kibble. If you're going to raw feed, then it's good, period. And that's the whole thing, man. What does a dog's body naturally use, right? And when the dog is working, how is that food affecting the dog's work, right? That glucose thing, people wonder, say, wow, man, I can't get more than a half hour out of the dog, man. Well, that's the carbohydrates in the kibble, right? Now, it's not to say that that's a terrible thing, but it should be used according to how it affects the dog. You know what I mean? So I agree with you 100%, Party Boy. That's an actual fact. Rob said, Lee is the truth. Not only is he a good breeder, but I believe he has a PhD in canine behavior. That's what's up. I know he was definitely and I'll be honest, because I'm a type of dude that, I don't care who or what it is, right? It could be the Bible, the Quran, it could be, Lewis Colby or John P. Colby, right? I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna put it to the spaghetti theory. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna throw it up against the wall and I'm gonna see what sticks. And there was a video that Lee was doing regarding breeding and genetics and so forth. And let's just say there were 1 or 2 points that he kind of lost me on. You know what I mean? Whether or not he was 100% clear in what he was trying to communicate. It may have been clear in his head. Maybe it didn't come off that way and how he communicated it. But that's where I kind of, if it's not lining up, I kind of back out of that. You understand? And that's not taking anything away from him. He's got a very successful program over there. I know a lot of people that fuck with dude, and that's great. But to me, the 3 letters don't mean a whole lot. You understand? I know people that have masters in business, right? They have a master's in business, but they're not entrepreneurs. They can't run. They can't start and run a successful company. They can't come up with a good marketing idea and plan and push it through from an entrepreneur level. So it's great to have the MBA, but an MBA puts you in a position where you can work for others. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're an entrepreneur. that you're one of these people, man, who can get it out the mud and produce something damn near out of nothing. So, you know, before I go to the before I link with the MBA, I tend to link with the entrepreneur, right? The entrepreneur is the one who's going to actually get his hands dirty. He's going to get in there and get in the grit. Rob said, I'm curious, Ray, what is your opinion on Chico Lopez and his contributions on lack thereof to the pit bull? Oh my God. I guess it had to happen sooner or later, right? Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Chico Lopez has been a great salesman. He has been a great salesman. I do not stand by everything he says. I don't, you know, agree with everything he says, but then that's just me, right? I don't know personally, right, about the dogs that he claims, you know, have these global merits, right? He likes to use terms like global merits and the real pit bull, right? This man has said that a black pit bull is not the real pit bull. I just don't like, where's the intelligence in that, right? Now, he's made some substantial contributions to the game in terms of what's come down to us recently. But because I'm not intimately familiar with that circle, I cannot say whether or not all his claims are valid. Bagman, Ciega, etc., etc. I tend to look at the dogs themselves individually and whether or not the dog has got to get down, right? And we were talking about on Brother Soul Powers Live the other night, we were talking about gameness, right? And how in nature, gameness works against survival, right? Or a dead game attitude works against the instinct for survival in a dog. The exception to that rule is the dog that loves to do what it is doing and will gladly give its life, don't give a damn about nothing except getting back at that other dog, right? Even if it's losing, that dog feels like it's still got a shot to win and it's going to keep scratching. It's going to keep trying to, you know, get a hold. So I don't know that any of these dogs that he's claiming global merits for and, you know, all of these other things, I don't know that all of these dogs can perform that way. Now, to his credit, he's been able to reach into Hollywood and you know, popular athletes and stuff like that and get his dogs in those hands and give his program and his thing notoriety, give it, you know, give it some public attention. That's great. That's nice, you know. But how many of these people are actually going to put those dogs in the field? You see, when you start spending a certain amount of money for a dog, you're not so quick to put that dog in jeopardy. Does that make sense? When the dollar amount increases, the willingness to risk decreases proportionately. And so, should I be thrilled that you sold the dog to Bud Crawford? You understand? Does that mean I got to go out and get one of those dogs because you was able to get one in the hands of Bud Crawford? Negative. Negative. I would rather go down south and visit with a brother who nobody knows, but he's definitely showing you, man, that Man, these dogs work. They're going to go in the swamps and get it. And so for Chico Lopez to disparage all other breeders by saying he's the only one with real pit bulls, that's an issue. And then when you couple that with this, this little incident with the Montana guy, you know what I mean, where he broadcast that very strange scenario. And I know most of y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't really want to get into it too tough, but literally, man, for Montana to sit there and watch it and then broadcast it, I found an issue with that. And then for the dogs themselves to accept it, that's not exactly what I call a deep game dog, right? So there's a lot of moving parts with that, man. So I don't swear by Chico Lopez on any shape, in any shape, form, or fashion. You got to show me, man. You got to show me. I'm from the city. I'm from New York City. I ain't from Missouri, but you definitely got to show me. I need to see that dog really is the truth. And there's no way I'm going to sit there and say that line is the only line of dogs that are real pit bulls. That's the biggest crock up. I mean, you disparage Boudreaux, Pat Patrick. You disparage where these dogs came from when you start saying that. Right? Not that his line of dogs have anything to do with the Boudreaux line, but when you start saying like Lester Hughes, right? The man had black dogs, the Bandits, the Midnight Cowboys, all of these other dogs are just not real pit bulls. Man, listen, somebody need to put a rope around his neck. And I don't know if y'all remember the Apollo back in the days. When you got booed off stage, Sandman will come out there and do the dance, wrap that cane around your neck, and snatch you off stage. Yeah, that's kind of where I am with old boy. That's where I'm at with old boy, man. What are some of your all-time favorite bulldogs? Man. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Centipede, Vindicator. Man, listen, I would definitely have to include some of the stuff that came down off the Hank dog. You know what the Hank dog contributed to that whole Bolio line, like that was to me, that I'm sorry, not Bolio, Boyle's line. Phew, forgive me, y'all. But that was some real stuff, man. So, I would definitely include in that the Jimmy Boots dog. There was a bitch that was off that line too, man. The name kind of escapes me. But like, these were my favorite dogs because of how they performed, right? They went in there with a job to do. I do like the Macho Buck dogs. There was no mystery in what Macho Buck, what you was getting from a Macho Buck dog, right? In 30 minutes, he gonna finish the job. You understand? He ain't coming in there to hang out for 2 hours and 2.5 hours. And that's great stuff, right? That's great stuff. Don't get me wrong. A deep game dog is always to be commended. But I like a dog that knows his business. And when you start talking about the Jimmy Beat, I was thinking Queen of Hearts. Thank you. Even Abraham's Bull. Dogs that know their business, right? They get in there and they handle that. Ain't no equivocating. Ain't no, oh, well, maybe I feel like working today, or maybe I'm going to chill for an hour and see if this other dog tires out. No, they going in there to do what they came to do. Rob Kennedy says, I only asked because Mayday and Macho Buck was brought up. Yeah, I mean, you see, more so than actually having something to do with producing those dogs, he had something to do with getting stuff off of those dogs that was continued. You understand? So, not a guy I would give credit to for, for the Macho Buck Mayday. Bagman, you got to give him his credit for it, right? Like Ciega, you got to give him his credit for it. But in terms of, I think in a lot of ways, man, he's a propagandist, and that's what he does to further his agenda, right? He disparages other breeders, he disparages other people in the game. Oh, I don't sell to dog men. I don't sell to these people. I don't sell to the swamp people. And a lot of his comments have undertones of racism in them, right? Even Hollingsworth, Ernest Hollingsworth, who was a known racist, he tends to mimic that attitude that Ernest Hollingsworth had, especially as far as the dogs. Now, he can't afford to be but so racist publicly because the people buying his dogs these days are, well-to-do people of color. You understand? So he's not going to come out and say, oh, I don't sell to black people, right? Oh, but the swamp people. Little slick shit like that. I have enough intellect to catch, man. So, yeah. I don't really, I don't play with old boy like that. Asiatic Soldier said, would you say the Staffordshire Bull Terrier is the forerunner to the American Pit Bull Terrier? I would definitely have to say that. In fact, if I were being totally honest with y'all, I would say that what differentiates the American Pit Bull Terrier from the Staffordshire Bull Terrier is the introduction of hound blood into the genetic pool, right? So it went from bull and terrier to bull and hound and terrier. And when you look at the wind, right, and the constant go, right, that a lot of our American Pit Bull Terriers have, I believe that's attributed to some hound, right? Every now and then you'll see a dog that has tick markings, right? It is not uncommon, man, in certain places in the South to find the American Pit Bull Terrier bred into Catahoula, bred into blackmouth cur, red tick healers or blue tick healers. This is not it's not as uncommon as people may think. It's just not broadcast as heavily. So the Staffordshire Bull Terrier is definitely more of the bull and terrier dog that was imported. And then what we eventually developed, because if you look, they were much smaller dogs, and they had a certain, almost not low to the ground, but they had a certain center of gravity, let's call it. These dogs now, a lot more leggy. You get that hound rib cage, like there's nothing wrong with a hound. Don't get me wrong. They're great dogs, man. And coon hound, black and tan, the black and tan coon, even the bloodhound. If you look at the ears on Hollingsworth's bull, they don't reflect that bull and terrier look, right? They reflect a hound dog type of look. Those ears literally hang down. So These are just little subtleties that I pay attention to. I don't claim that everybody shares my view or my opinion, but that's how I give it up. That's how I give it up right there. And do you believe in keeping the American Pit Bull Terrier at working man prices? Not nowadays. Not nowadays. At a time when people were getting these dogs for the purpose of working them, absolutely. But if you just got a dog that you want to show and stuff like that, and well, then let's just say give the dog his due. It's embarrassing that the American Bully sells for so much more substantially than a good freaking pit. A good working pit, man. Like I didn't even understand logic when these dogs started being sold, $2,500, $5,000, and now we got $10,000 and $50,000. What is that? What is that? What will that dog ever really do? And then these dogs are dying within 3 or 4 years. Yeah, man. I think it's a pity. It's a shame. And the American Pit Bull Terrier should be kept at working man's prices for working camps. And when you say a working man's price, that comes with a whole that's a whole bag of worms in itself, right? But what I consider working man is a working camp, right? And I would give a dog to a working camp. I don't have no problem placing a dog with a working camp and not taking a dime for it. All I ask is you let me know how that dog turns out. I want to see that dog working. I want to see that dog performing, right? So I know that if I say, or that you say that this dog has done XYZ and it is panned out in such and such a fashion, I know that I can say, well, let's go ahead and put this and bring this bitch to him, or put this male on top of her. You understand? Because this is going to be a true this is going to be real working stock, right? So the American Pit Bull Terrier at working man's prices, not nowadays, unless it's going to a working camp. Right. Show and prove. Show and prove. Nothing less. Party Boy Woods said, let's talk about it. He said, let's talk about I though, or let's talk about it though. Well, listen, fam. Let me do this for you, bro. Because I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the chat again. If you want to hop on, fam, absolutely feel free, man. I'm gonna open this thing up, man. I'm not I'm not that dude, man, that feel like I have the end all and be all on these subjects here. Okay, Party Boy Woods said, put them in the ring with one of his dogs that are pits and see what happens. Ha ha. Well, when you say put them, who are we referring to? And when you say his dog that are pits, who are we referring to there? If we still talking about the Lopez dude, it's really very subjective, bro. It's really subjective, because what you're telling me is that I can pick any of his dogs, right? Or what he's saying is that you can pick any of his dogs and that dog is going to turn out grand champ, right? That dog is going to put down anything and everything in front of it with no problem. Ain't none of his dogs ever going to quit. Ain't none of his dogs. You understand? Like, that's just not a reality. That's just not, anybody with common sense knows that these dogs are as individual as human beings. And as surely as you can have 10 kids, want to turn out to be a student, honor roll, college, cum cum laude, and all of that good stuff, and want to turn out to be a stone cold thug, and you know what I mean, end up doing 25 to life bids and all that kind of crazy stuff. We can't even guarantee this in the children that we produce, right, as human beings, more or less reaching into a bag that nature has produced and guaranteeing and saying some of the stuff that he's saying. You understand? Because you tell me about maybe 3 or 4 dogs, or even 1 or 2 dogs that really turned out, that's great. But if you look at the total percentage, right, of dogs that actually achieve these great global merits in terms of the dogs he's had his hands on, yeah, man, we're talking about a very small percentage. Whereas you compare his career with the career of a man like Lester Hughes, old mountain man Lester Hughes, the number of dogs that man has turned out, that have turned out, man. Like, how do you put yourself above an Earl Tudor? The man did it for 50 years or more. You understand? So there's just a lot of stuff, man. That man, listen, you all that good stuff, you take that down the road, man. Like, that propagandist and all of that, that salesmanship, that may work for some people, but I'm a realist, bro. I put my hands on a dog. I put a dog down on 4 paws, man, and let them show me who they are. You understand? So I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe at all. Rob Keener says, I agree, he is a bit racist and a con man. I think he's shown those colors for quite some time now. I don't think that's I don't even think that's debatable. And that's to be honest. You know what I mean? If he could get away without selling dogs to black folks and but it just so happens that many of us are well heeled now, and we are the ones who identify strongly with this breed, especially in modern times. So he almost has no choice. He got to play ball. Rob asked, do you think when the Staffy got here, do you think some pit bulls were made by breeding to the bulldogs that were on the farms of the Southeast? What we're talking about in that case is more of a band dog. The bulldog has very distinct characteristics, right? In terms of head, jowls, even teeth or tooth alignment, however you want to say that. And most especially wind, right? While there's a certain amount of grit and stick-to-itiveness in the bulldog, if you've ever seen a hound go after, say, deer or coyote or something like that, man, those dogs run forever. You don't have to, they don't require a whole lot of water. That tuck that you see, that's not a bulldog tuck, that's a hound tuck. that deep elongated rib cage, that's hound. That's not bulldog. Bulldog is much thicker, much or more wider rib cage, if you will. That stockier look. When you start talking about the sleekness, when you start talking about the tuck, when you start talking about the wind, the ability to just go and go and go and go, you'll even see it in some you'll even see it in some dogs, right? Party boy, you in the building, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right. Peace and blessings, beloved.
Oh, always.
But yeah, Rob, just to answer your question, man, I believe there was some mixing of them dogs and the bulldogs. That bull and terrier dog was brought to a little bit of everything, man. But I believe what we see in the American pit bull terrier is predominantly the result of the bull and the bull terrier being brought to hounds. And I believe that's what really gave us the dog that we have today that seems, to be so superior to even, other breeds from which it came.
Okay, I agree with that. I mean, just like the we was talking about the
about the Chico Lopez thing.
Huh?
What was you saying about the Chico Lopez thing?
You was saying that he said that certain dogs ain't real pits.
He said all black dogs are not real pit bulls. He says he had the only real pit bull.
So what I'm saying is that like I said in the chat, in the comments, I know a lot of black pit bulls. Same with you is that, you know what I'm saying? You put him in the ring with some of his dogs be in trouble.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah. I don't know where he got that from, where all black pit bulls ain't pit bulls. I mean, I don't even know why I don't even know why he would, like, that's a color. I don't even know why he would say that, but it is what it is.
This is the mentality on the man, and y'all will notice, like, I've never said word one about that man. You know what I mean? I don't even, because if I'm being honest with myself, I don't take him seriously. I'm not saying he hasn't produced some good dogs or hasn't had his hands on some good dogs, but it's hard to take somebody that talks like that seriously.
Yeah. Respectfully, just saying no black dogs real pits, or saying that all your dogs are grand champions or gonna be champions, period, that's crazy.
How you gonna say you have the only real pit bull on the planet and you haven't been alive as long as the dog's been alive?
I was about to say, when you got your dogs from somewhere.
Right.
You got your dogs from somewhere. So, but like you said, that's how it goes.
Now, he was around the game at a time when the Macho Bucks and the Maydays and all that stuff was being produced, but he himself wasn't campaigning these dogs. You understand?
Yeah, exactly.
He kind of he rode the coattails of people like Victor Acart and these guys, and he left the game and then came back and started trying to put blood together. And now all of a sudden he got the real stuff. He got the only real stuff. How the hell did that happen? So
I mean, honestly, it's delusional, man. It's delusional. I mean, you can't. I mean, I don't even know how to answer that. Like, you know what I mean? To say you got the only real dogs, first of all, that's an insult to, like, a lot of people. We already know there's a million bullshitters, but that's an insult to people who actually got real dogs too. For you to say you only got the real dogs, but then it's just like, that's crazy. Like, what if the whole thing is like I said, you got your dog from somewhere. I'm pretty sure there's people out there that got their dogs from the same place.
You look at a dude like Corvino. He had the damn, I forget the dog's name. 15-time winner. What you gonna tell me about this dog, man? Triple grand champion. What are you gonna? How can you tell me that you have the only real pit bull? Show me one of your dogs that is done what that man did. Yeah. And this was long before Chico Lopez came on the scene. So anybody that really studies the game and they look at that and they take that with a grain of salt. And we know what it is. It's propaganda, bro. You trying to sell dogs.
He's
You know
trying
what
to
I mean?
sell dogs, and he might like the attention. You know, saying something like that can act like it's gonna be negative attention, like people gonna come at your head. But saying something like that, it could get you some attention.
That's exactly what it's designed to do. That's
Exactly. You know what I'm
exactly what
saying?
it's
We on
designed
the
to
same
do, man.
page. Yeah, it could
Like
get you
what we
some
were saying
attention.
in Zulu earlier.
We talking about it, right?
Right. Ain't no such thing as bad publicity when you in the public, right? You
Exactly.
kind of do business in the public. So
Exactly. We
that
talking about this
really,
stuff.
yeah, that sure. Now you were saying that you had heard of $1 million dogs in Japan, legal to fight dogs out there.
I don't know if it, like, this is when it was legal. I don't
Right.
know. I haven't really did like, the homework on the Japan thing recently, but when I got back into like the Pitbull thing, years ago, when you just looking into just anything possible, yeah, they were saying that there was, because I actually seen footage where it looked like a stadium, like how they got the Ukanuba dog joint,
Right.
it looked like that, but there was a ring in the middle of the whole joint, and there was a whole bunch of people there, and they were saying like there's dogs that was worth like $1 million. I could go back and try to find it or whatever. If I do, I'll send it to you. But yeah, they were saying there
think
was
it was
dogs.
Tosa Inu. I think
Huh?
they have the dog out there called the Tosa Inu, and they fight those dogs. But you have to realize them ain't Cajun rules.
Yeah, true. And
You
they fight
understand? Like the minute one dog makes a sound, that's the end of the match.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're about to let no $1 million dogs or $100,000 dogs fight to the death.
Right. It's a whole pomp and circumstance and ceremony, and they put all types of fancy stuff on the dog.
You're right, because it was the setup I seen was very fancy. It's very fancy. The setup, like I said, it looked like a Ukanuba show, but with just a ring in the middle.
Right.
Real talk. It looked like that with just a ring in the middle with just mad people there, all in the stands watching and stuff. But you're right. I doubt, if anything, they're gonna take that dog out the ring and breed it and see if they could get another fight out the litter. But I don't think they're about to let no $1 million dog or whatever it is. If there's $1 million dogs, then there's some dogs worth 100,000 in there. I don't think they're about to let them fight to the death. But
yeah, man, like
you're right about that.
It's as much a part of ceremony and tradition. Like you have to realize Japan, that whole samurai, that whole Bushido code, the Tosa Inu is the dog version of that for them. So what they kind of do is, they want to see the show of
supposedly these, not to cut you off, supposedly these were pit bulls though. Like, you know what I mean? Like they were talking like they were pit bulls. So you know how that go. That could be a front. You know how that, people, everyone got a pit bull. Some people
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
I'll dig for it and see what's up. If I find it, I'll definitely send it to you. But yeah, like I said, supposedly it was pit bulls.
Shout out to Santana Red Dogs in the building. Said he got in here kind of late. What's the topic? Santana, we was actually building with Zulu Nation family, man. Talking a little bit about his journey with the Camelot dogs, and he's branched out into Rottweilers and French Bulldogs and some other stuff. But basically, dealing with going from where he started with just 2 dogs, and where he is now, man. Having a homestead, he's got farm animals, and he's got 14 dogs or more, and that type of thing. So we was just talking about that journey earlier, and then we got into just some general Q&A, man. About the game itself, different dogs in the game, and different people in the game. You know what I mean? You asked what makes me think that the dogs were crossed into hounds, because the American Pit Bull Terrier has proved to be far superior to the Bull Terrier and the Staffordshire Bull Terrier in the pit. As much as the Staffordshire Bull Terrier is a game animal and really it'll give it up. One of the things that has differentiated them, the American Pit Bull Terrier, is the length of limb and the wind and the energy, right? And so in your typical Staffordshire Bull Terrier, you're talking about a dog with a low center of gravity, pretty close to the ground. Whereas the American Pit Bull Terrier is way more leggy. Where did the leg come from? Why is it that they can outlast most other dogs, right? In that work that they do. And when you pay attention to hounds, and I'm a dog aficionado, bro. Man, listen, if a person, to me, if a person wanted to get educated, go get you a book on dog breeds, period, right? And study the history on these different breeds and where they came from. All of your hounds, man, your blue tick healers, your red tick healers, your black mouth curs, your coon hounds, your black and tan coon hounds, bro, all deep chested, nice tuck, long legged, with wind forever. And when you see the tenacity with which they go about what they do when they do it, I've seen hound dogs that were better catch dogs than some people's so-called pits.
Yeah, definitely.
I have definitely seen hound dogs that can literally bring a hog down. You understand? So a lot of the tick, like you didn't see ticking in those old Staffordshire Bull Terriers. Where does that type of tick come from? In the coat. But you'll see it every now and then pop up in an American Pit Bull Terrier, right? It really is one of those things that you have to pay close attention to, and you'll probably come to a similar conclusion.
I dig why you say that. I mean, it all makes sense. It all makes sense.
When you really look at it, bro, it's like
it's the stamina thing for me. Like
the standard?
No, the stamina.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, like the way pits can just keep going. I'd be like, that's just crazy to me sometimes. Like, damn. Like you just been going for that long, nonstop, and you kept going, you didn't even slow down. But that's what
and that's the thing. Like, hound dogs were bred, man, to be very rough, durable dogs that you didn't have to feed a lot, that didn't require a lot of water. Pay attention now. You understand? They can go forever. You can run those dogs, man. You didn't have to worry about the pads coming off their feet. You could really, they very, very
in the heat at that
dogs, man.
In the heat at that, it'd be 100 degrees where they're at sometimes, and they do that all day.
And they don't have no problem getting after it. No problem getting after it. So, I just pay attention, man. I'm a student of nature, period. You understand? Like, I literally pay attention, man. There's certain things about the Hollingsworth's bulldog, right? Hollingsworth's bull was a kind of long dog with this deep cage. He looks actually more bloodhound. He looks like he could have some bloodhound in him, right? Mm-hmm. Though he don't have that sagging face. And when you talk about the big red coonhound dogs, right?
Okay.
Those long floppy ears, where does that come from in the bull and terrier? In the bull and terrier line of dogs, where the long ears that literally hang down by the face, where does that come from? Show me a Colby dog like that. Show me an old Feely dog like that.
I mean, some of the what about the Irish? Okay, so we was talking about the old family Reds earlier, and as you already know, is that they came from Ireland. I feel like some of them had some of them had like decent sized ears. The Irish Terriers that came from Ireland that ended up being the Old Family Reds. You know what I mean? But they're originally Irish Terriers.
You know, when I look back at the older dogs,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And I look at the Feelies, I look at the Colbys and all of that stuff, man. I just don't see that.
You're right. You're right.
I don't see it at all. I don't see those ears until those dogs get here to America.
You're right. And now that you said it, I mean, like now that you said it, it's making me think about it even more. Like you're right. The long ear joints. And if you look at the Staffire, their ears ain't like that.
Santana Red Dog said Chico got stopped twice in Mexico by black dogs. That's why he don't like them. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Chico talking crazy, to be honest. I ain't never heard no one say like the shit. I didn't know he even said that to you. Just said it. I'm gonna keep it 100. But I ain't really do my homework on Homeboy. I heard of him, you know what I mean, just being in chats and just fucking with the, you know, the dog world and all that, the bully world. But yeah, the stuff he's saying is like crazy, but you know.
To me, I'm you know, I'm kind of like a layman scientist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for me, it has to it got to make sense, man. It got to add up. You know, it's almost like they keep looking in the theory of evolution. You know, they keep looking for the missing link when we went from ape and became man, but they don't have that middle piece that says, oh yeah, this is where the transition happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what causes you to keep advancing this theory? You understand? You can't actually prove that. You can't show that. And when I look at the development of what was originally imported here, right? You can look at a lot of I would say even the Amstaffs, you know, they are truer to type of the old bull terrier dogs than what we commonly call today's game dog, right? What I call the box dogs. And that's because the box dogs were bred. You ever see Anderson Silva in UFC fight the UFC fights?
Yeah, of course.
What made him so dangerous was the length of his limbs, right? You could get into a clinch with that dude and he'd wrap you up in a way that was ridiculous. He could also strike from a distance and you would have a problem trying to reach him.
Well, yeah, exactly. He'll hit you with that leg kick all day and keep the distance, but fuck up your leg.
Right. So now, when you put two dogs in a box and you got a dog that's kind of short and squat, powerful, but then you got a dog that has more limb, the dog with the limb that has the good wind can ride the head of that short dog and just stay out of trouble, man.
Yep.
And just stay at it. Very hard to reach him.
Yeah, because he's gonna use his leg.
Twist in ways. Right. He can bend and twist in ways that the short dog can't.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, because
I've seen it happen, bro.
The legs is, you know, they're stubby. There's not a lot of agility there.
You know, they have athleticism, but not necessarily agility.
That's what exactly. They might be able to run all day, but they're not juking and not, like they can't. Yeah, we on the same page.
So I just, you know, and with certain things, it's almost it's better explained on in sight than it is with words. You understand what I'm saying? But when you see these dogs work, man, you're like, oh shit, damn. You know, it's almost like two boxers in the ring, man, where, you know, you got the short, powerful fighter, and then you got the long, you know, boxer, you know, the long, rangy boxer.
And he's going to jab him all day and keep that distance.
Exactly. in order for that shorter fighter to get in there, he has to literally, man, navigate the length of limb in order to get in close.
Only
And
difference
so
with the
you gotta-
dogs is that they could because I seen some dogs that they'll take that limb out. They'll grab that front leg, shake it up, crack it, and now that dog's in trouble.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
So that's a good question. Now it's kind of because any dog, anyone with got their dog in the pit prefers their dog probably go straight for the neck. But I have seen people that like that their dog takes out the legs first. Because once you take out one of them front legs, that dog, it's
Right.
almost over now. You know what I mean?
Right. How can it dance on you now?
Exactly. Like it's just like that neck's about to be there. It can't even. That whole side's weak now. You take out that left front leg. That whole left side is just open. So you prefer a dog that goes straight for the neck, or you prefer a dog that might take out a limb first?
I like a smart dog, man. I like a smart dog. Style is not really something that I'm one way or the other about.
Okay, just get the
In
job
other
done.
words, right. The dog knows what it's in there to do. So if it finds that the other dog is stronger, more powerful,
take a limb out.
Dog knows how to stay out of trouble, make the adjustment, and then go ahead and finish the job.
Yep.
When
I agree.
I've seen dogs take serious front end damage to the point where, yo, man, ain't no way in hell that dog is gonna scratch.
Yeah, he can't. He literally can't because his front limbs are gone. How's he gonna even? You got to be able to walk. You got to be able to move. You got to be able to jump.
But then that dog may say, okay, I'll concede. I can't do nothing with these front two legs. And you see that dog go to the bottom. But when it goes to the bottom, it start working that throat.
Yeah. Because now it's already
low. Lay there and let that other dog do all the work while it just clamp down.
Because it's already low anyway. That's
and
all.
Then before you know it, the dog on the bottom is coming to the top.
Yeah.
Dog that was doing all that work on the front end can't even breathe.
Yep.
I've seen dogs, man, go to the muzzle and damn near take another dog's nose off his face. You understand? Like to the point where how you gonna breathe?
Yeah.
So
I seen a you ever seen a video? You probably had Off the Chain.
Off the Chain? Nah, can't say that I had.
It's a DVD. They're talking about all that all fighting ring stuff. I got it years ago, probably like 12 years ago. I got it, in the cut, one of them DVD mans in New York type shit.
Okay.
You know how that go. But,
right.
But yeah, Off the Chain, they showed a dog where the whole dog got his face ripped off, like how you was saying, but he came back and won.
Bro,
I got the video like right in the drawer next to me. I'm in the lab, like you know what I'm saying. So I keep it back. I watch it all the time. Like I didn't see it before. You know how that go, but
I might need you to send that to me, home for real.
I can figure. We can figure out something.
Yeah, man.
It's called Off the Chain.
My niece just hit me up today, man, talking about she going back down to the projects, man. They, how the projects, they have their day, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The whole projects come out, celebrate the projects. I don't know what the hell that's about, but so I'm supposed to be.
It's a reason to party in the hood. You know how that go.
Right. Always a reason to party. But yeah, if you know the spot where you know what I mean.
This was shit.
Wow, back, huh?
Like I said, this was like 10, 12 years ago, bro.
Okay.
I might know the street, but I doubt that nigga's still there. But I get it to you some way, dog. We're gonna figure it out. It's too much technology out here. We're gonna get it some way.
Exactly.
I'll make a I figure out how to make a copy of something and mail it to you or something.
It's so crazy, man, because you know, there was a time, man, where especially, you know, when these big gray dogs was coming out and all of that, man, I know dudes that made a living off the chain on them dogs. You understand? Where, you know, these dudes swore that they had a killer because they could take a steak and throw it to the dog, and the dog snatch the thing in midair and, you know, break the bone and swallow it whole and all this other kind of stuff. And so they think that this dog is a stone cold killer, man. And they would literally put these dogs, match these dogs, man, with you know, little Eli shit, man, that half the size, man, half the weight. And when I'll be honest, the first time I saw it, man, I looked at my people and I'm like, yo, y'all sure y'all know what y'all doing, man?
Mm-hmm.
Because that big motherfucker, if he get a hold of that little motherfucker, it's over, bro.
But that ain't what happened.
He looked at me and said, yo, Unc, don't worry about it. Trust me, I got you on it. I said, well, here's my bread. You know what I mean?
Don't do that.
Here's my bread. So, and the only thing that happened in that fight, man, wasn't no blood, wasn't no gore, none of that. That little motherfucker got on the head of that blue dog, man, and just rode that motherfucker and just stayed out of trouble. Just stayed out of trouble till that fucking big gray dog, man, stood the line. Wouldn't even scratch.
You know, man, them gray dogs, they're show dogs. Like, I mean, there's no, when you fucking with real pits, as you already know, this show dog, you ain't bringing a real pit into some backyard or some stadium or some wherever you want to be, and that shit about to stand there with 30 other pits around it and be calm.
Hold on 1 second, bro. Santana, if you can hear me, bro, it says your device is not connected. But definitely hop on, bro. Definitely hop on. But yeah, you absolutely right, man. It's
So I got, there's no way you're bringing one of my dogs around 30 other dogs and niggas don't want no smoke.
That was the thing. Like,
there's no way.
Listen, when I was coming up, if you brought a dog outside, I don't give a fuck what it was. Husky, Rottweiler, you know, somebody running up on you like, yo, what you trying to do, yo?
And back in the day, you could really have like my dog Bentley, he's gone and passed away, but that nigga was just a weapon on four legs, to be honest. Only thing he was good with the kids because I got kids, so he was around kids. But a male dog, whatever, nigga, you was getting it. If you just, it didn't matter if you came in the backyard or came to the crib, definitely. But if I was walking him, whatever, he was just, you know, he was just a four-legged weapon, to be honest with you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I couldn't bring that nigga in. Like, you know how you get the shots, you gotta bring your dog to the vet. Yeah, I gotta call them and let them know I'm outside. They're gonna call me, let me know to bring them in, because every dog in the lobby's in trouble.
Santana, your device is still not connected. I don't know what they said. They will need to connect their mic or camera before you can add them to the stream.
Oh, he got to go to his privacy and security and fuck with it.
Yeah, you got to go into your settings.
The same shit a minute ago.
Yeah, you got to go into your settings and connect the mic and the camera. But yeah, it was kind of crazy, man, because like even now, when I go to take my dogs to the vet, I got to call them and let them know. And they always put me at the end of the line. You understand? They see everybody else's dog first and say, all right, yeah, now you can bring your dog. But it's one of those things when you know what you're working with, It's not a game, man.
I mean, it was to be honest, it was good because it was best for everyone. Because if he got too close to one of them dogs, niggas was gonna get. And I could yell at him and be like, "Oh, relax," but it's too close,
right?
You know what I mean? It's too close. Like it's too like I might 20 feet, 10 feet, yeah, I might be able to tell him to relax. We talking about 5 feet, little veterinary lobby. Nah, every dog's in trouble now. He ain't about to listen to me 2 feet away.
Just before the little Hollingsworth Jip went into heat, I had brought her off the yard, and she used to just run the chain all day, right?
Okay,
Now,
I'm just getting hip to your dogs too. I ain't gonna front, but I'm gonna learn them.
She would run the chain, and she got great wind, great energy, all of that. But I noticed that, like, when I took off the chain and I went to walk her, it was very easy to, like, just kind of direct her. You know what I mean? Like if she was going one way, little yank on the chain, and she come flying in my direction. She come flying back to me, and it was like all that wind and all that running made for great energy or great wind, but it also left her with not a whole lot of power. So when I turned around, I said, "Well,
the running you see, it's like a running you see on the street. Some of these motherfuckers, yeah, you could run forever, but you're skinny as shit. Someone be done cave your chest in."
One of the things that I found out is that once I built up her power, now the bitch pulls like one of the Camelot dogs, man. She's got the kind of power where she can literally drag me in a certain direction, and that bitch ain't more than 30 pounds, man. You understand? So taking her to the vet, it's like, man, listen, if you don't grab and hold that bitch, you understand? Something is gonna be a problem in there. Somebody's gonna be in there for more than just some rabies shots.
Exactly.
Santana, try to hop on, bro. Man, I see you was trying to get that mic thing going. But it's one of those things, man. I'm at the point where it's just like the game is watered down. The game is way watered down.
That's why we doing the hunting now. I go over my cousin. He got the I'm in Boston in the city, but we got a whole bunch.
Up in Boston. I got a dog up there with my cousin, man.
Where?
Yeah, little all-white dog off a bull, man. He's a man. That boy's he got to be 5 now.
What?
Yeah,
we got dogs all there out here. That's what's up.
I might have to link y'all, man. You know what I mean?
Why not?
Let y'all take the boy hunting, man, because my cousin said he was having a problem with him. When he hit a certain age, he just started going after every dog.
Yeah, they get bored. Maybe you gotta give them something to do. So I go up my big cousin. He got a Patterdale.
Nice.
So we go. We go out with the and a couple of my other niggas from the block, older cats. They got a couple of Patterdales and pits. So 45-minute drive, hour and a half drive. We take them to the farms out here and just talk to the farm owners. Let them know, like, we don't want no bread now. You got some rodents, we'll come and kill them. You know what I mean? Groundhogs,
exactly what I'm doing up here, bro.
Exactly.
Exactly what I'm doing.
I be going out with him, taking the dog out and stuff like that. And his Patterdale, you know how Patterdales do. Their nose is crazy. They get to digging, and you know how that go.
Man, I seen Tata. Bull was at a tree, and he found a hole in the bottom of the tree. I guess motherfuckers had burrowed, up through the bottom of the tree or whatever, and had a hole in there. So he's in there trying to scratch and dig them out, and he got to the point where he literally trying to bite the tree down. Well, the very next day, I'm walking the fucking Hollingsworth Jip Tata, and of course she runs across another hole, and she started doing the exact same shit. And it was, oh, there you go. I got you right now, bro.
I'm good now.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Santana? All right, you in the building. Peace and blessings, beloved. Sure. What's good with you?
How you doing, brother?
And we doing, man. We doing.
Yeah, I seen. I had tapped out a little bit, but I caught back up with you, and I see the progress, bro. I really, it's looking real good over there.
Yeah, man. We still working. We got
Hell
a
yeah.
long way to go, man. But we still working. We ain't man. Listen,
Shit,
these
it's about
dogs,
the journey.
these
Hell yeah.
dogs, they gonna bury us together, man. They gonna bury me with these dogs, man. But yeah, man. It's just that we have definitely reached a point in the game, man, where we have to find a productive purpose for the dogs. If we cannot show that these dogs are literally serving some type of purpose to society, we are in danger of losing them.
You know, they've been already trying to get rid of them for years. Luckily though, also, I mean, luckily though, they starting to fuck with them. Like even like we don't fuck with 12, but even police starting to use pit bulls as police dogs and shit.
Right.
They been had them as police dogs. They turned their back on the breed.
Okay.
In certain places they do, but I'll be honest with y'all, B. Every time I go out with my dogs, I ain't gonna say every time I go out with them I run into a cop, but usually when I do run into police, because I walk my dogs in the cemetery, and it's usually a cop car sitting right in that motherfucker. You know,
Always
they catch people.
you looking for them coyotes.
Man, the motherfucking cops, they always give me the nod. They give me the thumbs up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but I've been out here doing this with these dogs for years now. You know what I mean? No matter where I was in the town, they see me with these dogs, and they usually see me with about 5 or 6, different dogs, man. It's they not a stranger to it. Now, I can't say we've been incident free, but in comparison to the number of dogs and the length of time, shit, we ain't had no real, you know what I mean? We ain't had no issues. So it's one of those things that they respect, man. There was a time I walked I walked one box dog and 2 Camelot dogs into a Home Depot, 2 females and a male. And everything was cool inside the Home Depot. There was even somebody else in there that had a dog, some type of Labrador or Retriever or something. And the dog wasn't aggressive. And, so my dogs was cool. You know what I mean? Just basically me keeping a tight wrap on them. And when we walked out in the parking lot, some dude had little dogs in his van with the windows rolled up. And the dogs was in there flipping. I mean, it was a hot summer day. The dogs was in there flipping. And when they seen us coming, they really went ape shit. So my dogs not being able to get to them turned on each other.
You got to give them something to do. I was about to say, you got to give them something to do, especially if you got a yard, because they'll, fuck it. We ain't got nothing to do. I'll bang with you.
I had to literally like separate them 3 dogs, man, and get that situation under control. By the time police showed up, you had the county sheriff, you had the local police department, and you had the state police. All out there, like, and they looking at me, and by this point, I'm pissed. I'm heated. Like my knuckles are scraped raw from trying to get these dogs under control. You understand? Like there's blood all over me. You understand? And I looked at them and I said, "Is there something I can help you with?" Right? Because I'm not even feeling like you here to arrest me or whatever. I'm like, you're really just here spectating. Is there something I can help you with? And the cop told me, he says, somebody called and said you was out here beating a dog. Really? But one thing that they took from it was, damn, he was able to get all 3 of those dogs separated under control and walk them back to wherever the fuck
I was about to say, because I don't know how much they weighed, but shit,
it was Bull. He was 75 pounds at the time. I had Henny. She's Patrick Red Boy Jocko. What else was in that bitch? She was scatterbred like a motherfucker, but she was pretty much a house dog. but she was a female, and then I had a 40-pound, I guess Star was about 35, 40 pounds. She was a Camelot bitch, and you know, Star was mouth almighty, man. She didn't give a fuck who she grabbed, when she grabbed them. You understand?
You
Like,
just said it. You just said it. Camelot.
yeah, bro.
That's all you gotta say.
And at that point, they looked at me like, did he really get them under control and walk them home? Like, who does that? So
Dog man.
when the police see me now, they know the history, man. They know who I am. They know what I do with these dogs. I don't get no flack from police. We had an incident where a neighbor of mine tried to line me up, said that one of my dogs attacked him and attacked his dog. When the police showed up to take my name and all that information, I said, listen, I'm going to share something with you. If that dog was going to do anything, when she got off the chain, she'd have did it right back there in that yard where she was.
That dog would have been dead. Neighbor's dog would have been dead.
Right. So when the neighbor reported it, he had some scraped up knuckles, but he didn't have no puncture wounds. So I'm sitting back saying, when did you get bit? Because he was screaming at the top of his lungs, man, that the dog ripped him apart. My dog ripped his dog apart. But him and my dog are standing in the lobby of my building, and my dog is sitting there calm and cool as a cucumber. She ain't even breathing heavy. I said, where's your dog, man? He said, oh, she's across the street. I looked out the front door, looked across the street. His dog is peeing and pooping like nothing ever happened. And he's got an older dog. He's an older dude. I'm saying, man, there's no way in hell one of my dogs got hold of you and you're here standing here and she's not aggressive towards you or nothing. Like, man, you really, really played yourself with this one. I got puncture wounds in my hands from when my dogs grabbed me accidentally. You understand? So if my dog grabbed you, bro, where the holes at? That's what I want to know. But that's the kind of shit you got to deal with, man.
Niggas, you know how it is. People cross the street. They see you walking a pit. The niggas cross the street.
Man, they all kinds of thumbs up, nods, and hey, man, when I got the police report, it said dog got loose, incident reported, no further action.
That's good shit.
You understand? Once you have a certain reputation, you know, at least among the people that matter, right? That can make a difference. All of that shit that people try to do, man, to throw you under the bus, to, you know, kind of hurt your program, even fuck with your livelihood, that shit becomes obsolete. But it really is a matter of them seeing you walk these dogs every day. If you literally, when I let them go in the cemetery, you know, I put them on the resistance band and I let them run after gophers, groundhogs, squirrels, you know, whatever they want to go after, they can get a good scratch at it. Mm-hmm. But when you walk with me in the street, I need you under control. I need you to display that you're under control. And that part right there makes all the difference, man. Makes all the difference.
Yeah. If you can show them you got your dogs under control, you'll be good. But that's good that, you know what I'm saying, you built a relationship type thing with the, you know what I'm saying, with the.
It ain't even a relationship. It ain't like we actually say hello and stop and chat. You understand? It's just a matter, you know, when they see me with the dogs, they may nod and I'll give a nod or a thumbs up and I keep it moving, man, because they already know, man. What makes it worse is, well, not worse, but what compounds it is the fact that I've seen them training their dogs in the cemetery. I've seen the canine units training in that very same cemetery. So there's no secret about what we doing here. I had a dude tell me one day, I guess he was a consultant with the police. and he said he tried to tell me about, oh well, I'm trying to train my dogs here. I said, fool, I've been here 4 years. The fuck you think I'm doing? I don't give a fuck that you work with the police. The police already know who the fuck I am. Go back and tell them that. You know what I mean? Like, and he looked all exasperated and man, keep it pushing. Because when I drop this dog off, I'm going back to get another one. We out here every day.
How many dogs you got now?
6.
You up in Philly with these dogs, right, Red?
Huh? Say it again.
You up in Philadelphia with these dogs, right, Red?
Nah, upstate New York.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm in upstate New York. But yeah, it's pretty it's just taxing.
So I remember we was talking about earlier. I said the red nose, Kobe, and the Chinaman. What you think about the Chinaman? I heard some crazy stories about the Chinaman.
Well, Chinaman is really Eli, right? And if you really study the Chinaman story, that dog didn't turn on until he was damn near 4 years old. Most dogs have been campaigned at least 3 times by that age.
Nah, you're right. But when he turned on,
he was a cannibal.
That nigga went crazy. I was about to say when he turned on, that nigga went crazy.
But now, this is my thing, right? If he was what he was at 4 years old, right? He turned into what he turned into at 4 years old.
I think I know what you're gonna say. Keep going, yeah.
Why do dudes, man, start culling dogs at a year and 18 months? And how can you look at a 9-month-old dog and say, oh man, this dog ain't shit, ain't gonna be shit?
Because I think you're right. I think he didn't give up on him. I think he didn't give up on him, and then he didn't give up on him, and it showed. And then when he is like, fuck it, I'm not gonna give up on you. We 3 years in, 4 years in, and then finally that dog was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do what you want me to do, and that nigga went crazy. Yeah. But it's a perfect example of why sometimes, but I feel like the dog definitely had to be showing something for him to not give up on it. Like the dog, you know what I'm saying? Like
they say he was cold, man. He could be around other dogs and everything, man. They say he didn't display any sign that he wanted that life. And then one day he got to a certain point, man, and they, I guess they tried to roll him or something, man, and he put on a display, man, that was just like, oh shit, where did that come from?
And they rolled him from, well, maybe that was a Garner dog, but was it him? Because there was a couple dogs, but maybe he was one of them where he rolled them a couple times. He rolled them like, who's next? Like my dog just murked this dog, and who's next? I'm not even going home to let him chill. I'm just who's next?
Chinaman?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was like I'm talking about like who's next, bro? Like on some pickup basketball game shit. Like I'm taking you out, get off my court. Who's next? I'm taking you out, get off my court. Who's next? Take like type shit like that from shit that I read, or you know what I'm saying? Seen on watched a couple of videos on YouTube and shit like that. Some of it could be bullshit. Some of it could be real.
Right. We never know exactly what that story was, but
but from the stories that are out there, he was doing shit like that. Like my dog just murked your dog at 2:30 p.m. Tuesday. Who's next at 2:40 p.m. Tuesday?
You want to hear the craziest thing in the world, bro?
Did you hear that same shit?
I use videos to teach my dogs.
Okay.
They watch TV like I do, bro. With the ghost face dog, I had taken him out, and he didn't really show much, interest in chasing game, small or otherwise, right? So I took him out a couple of times, man. I showed him where the burrows were, where the holes were, gave him his props, let him kind of run around and, it just big him up when he found the holes and stuff like that. But he wasn't necessarily sticking his head in there. he would just go find it and say, "Oh yeah, okay, I found it," and then he's off to the races again.
Mm-hmm.
So one day I let him out. Well, he was in here in the crate, and I let him out the crate, and I let him just sit down and watch a couple of videos with me of dogs catching shit like raccoons and possums, and the videos themselves, the audio is really what grabs the dog's attention.
Yep, you're right. Because when I'm watching shit, my dogs, certain shit I watch, my dogs just start going crazy. They don't even see it. They just hear it.
As the youngest dog in the camp, he deferred to the older females, like my old family red nose bitch Wednesday. She's very, very dominant. Like if there's a bitch in heat, Wednesday will try to mount that bitch. He's that kind of a dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was deferring to the older dogs at first, and then one day, man, I sat down and I let him watch a video with me, man, of two dogs going at it. Two dogs in Europe somewhere. The next time I let Wednesday out, a nigga reared up on his hind legs, went chest to chest with her, and wasn't no backing down, wasn't no more deferring. You understand?
Yeah.
This tells you that the dog has an ability
sports.
to learn.
Yep, they watching tape just like sports. They watching tape.
He's learning what his job is. He's learning as he goes. And so once a dog sees, right, what it's supposed to do, once it's given the clues and the cues, then that dog is, if it's in there, the dog is going to express it. If you show him that this is what dogs do, he's going to literally come out of his bag.
Absolutely. If it's in there, you got to fight it and bring that shit out of him.
Mm-hmm. Factual.
Then you take it away from him. You can let him watch, but you don't allow him to engage. You don't allow him to do anything. You understand?
That's gonna make him want that shit even more.
Mm-hmm.
Now when I take this motherfucker to walk him, when we hit that cemetery, he immediately starts whining. Now he can't wait to get after something. He trying to put his mouth on something.
And he wants all the smoke.
You understand? And so it really is in the hands of the handler in terms of if it's already in the dog. He's got the old family red nose and the Klaus. It's in there. But the word on the dog was that he wasn't, he wasn't built. He wasn't,
He wasn't built like that.
Send me that motherfucking dog, man. Send me that dog. Because genetics themselves are either going to prove the dog, or it's either that, or you ain't that the genetics that you say is in that dog ain't really there.
Yo, you know what's crazy is sometimes, I mean, it be genetics, but sometimes it's just like you said, it be watching. Because my man's right, he had probably like 2-3 pits, and his pits was with the shits. It was on some hunting shit, how we do. And his girl was on some shit where she wanted her own dog and want to be a pet, whatever. Nigga, she got a golden retriever, bro. And after fucking like the golden retriever went out with homeboy and his pits probably like 3 times, the golden retriever was snatching up shit. There was before, like, he had 3 pits. The 2 other pits, like the golden retriever passed them, nigga. Like that nigga started lining up with the top pit, like we killing everything just from watching. You know what I'm saying? And it was a golden retriever, but it started killing shit.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
It started like I'm talking about like it was like weird, like nigga, why the fuck is this golden retriever ready to run up on coyotes and shit? And it was because it was with the pit so much. But like I said, it ended up being more aggressive. He had 3 pits. It ended up being more with the shits than 2 of his pits.
And that's literally how the game goes, bro. That's literally how the game goes. Dogs are some people say dogs are copycats, like monkey see, monkey do.
Mm-hmm.
I think dogs are more like students. One of the things that I've always just traded on is the fact that the dog itself doesn't know what he's capable of doing yet.
Yep.
No,
The
you
dog
don't.
doesn't even know his own potential.
What happened was is that is what I told homeboy and like his girl is that the dog became part of the pack, and what it realizes that okay, the pack does this, so I'm gonna
Right.
do this, and it
Yep.
ended up just going harder than some of the pack. You know what I mean? Like that's basically what
Letting
happened.
him
Like
go,
he's
and he
bringing it
wants he want to be he want to come to the forefront. He want to
and
show
that's what
that he's
happened. And
doing
that's
very
exactly
well.
what happened, bro. That's exactly what happened, bro. It was like, okay, the pack, I'm one dog, the three other dogs do this. So fuck it, I'm doing this too. But what happened is that he ended up doing it iller than two of the other pits, to be honest. Like not iller, like if it ran into some bigger shit, then that, just naturally the golden retriever. But as far as like hunting like the groundhogs and the coyotes
Mhm.
and shit that they were fucking with, he ended
Mhm.
up being like more into it than the other two dogs. You know what I mean?
You got to understand that the golden retriever is a field dog, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be a working breed, man. It's a hunting dog.
It's supposed to retrieve.
So at the end of the day, man, when you literally show the dog its job and you reward that dog for doing its job and doing it well, man, they buy in 1,000%.
And that's what happened. That's what happened. That dog ended up being part of the pack to the point where it was like home. It was like my man's dog now. Like Shorty got it for her. That dog wanted to go out with my man's. Like, man, we going to kill something. Ain't want to stay in the crib and just parlay with Shorty no more. That shit's ready to kill something. You know what I mean? It was
She mad
crazy.
as hell, like he stole her dog from her.
Yeah, and that's the thing. She was like, "Oh, I got this dog for me," and it's like, nigga, he ready to like he see me getting these other. You know how I go. He see get these other collars on. That dog ready. That dog's
Yeah,
howling, bouncing, ready to go more than the other dogs.
yeah, man, yeah.
It was
It,
crazy. I'm like, damn, this golden retriever ready to really act out, and it was really acting out. I was like, damn. Like I get it because it's all the dog instinct. It's all the they still got that wolf instinct. They still got that natural pack instinct and all that. But it was like damn, like Shorty got the retriever to like chill in the crib with her. This nigga turned into a fucking pure hunter.
and to me, that's what I want to see in a dog, man. I want to see that naturally something is going to come out of you once you learn what it is that your job is. And this is what I was saying to Soul Power the other day, man, when we was on his live, that literally the mind of the dog is the key to the game. You can do all of this other stuff, man, training and conditioning and da 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 da. But if you can actually educate that animal, if you get to the point where you respect that this dog has the ability to learn, it has intelligence, it's got IQ, man, you working with something that's. I remember one of the things Bud Crawford said about the Errol Spence fight after the fact. Like Errol Spence is a good fighter, he got good fundamentals, but he don't make adjustments. He don't adjust, and so that's what you call ring IQ. You have to be able to see what's going on in front of you and make the adjustment, right? Usually I come with a jab. Well, he done took the jab from me. What can I do to adjust? How is he taking the jab from me? You understand? If he's so keyed in on the jab, what happens if I feint with the jab and come with the uppercut? You understand? Like a dog has the ability to learn damn near anything you teach it. And most people don't realize that dog is focused on your eyes. That dog is watching you more than you watching it.
You're right. That's what they do. Watch.
Dudes are, command this and obedience that and this, that, and the third. Man, listen. most of my dogs, man, even the dogs I just got in December, the 3 dogs I just got in December, all I have to do now is I'm doing a lot if I clear my throat. I don't have to say shit no more. The dog is already watching me. So I can literally, with a twitch of my head or wave of my hand, bring the dog where I need it to be and send the dog where I want it to go. You just have to trade on the intelligence of the animal. Teaching the dog to track different scents. No, I don't want you getting lost on that and that squirrel. I don't want squirrel. I want groundhog. Go find a groundhog.
I don't want skunk. Shit.
Right. Exactly.
Woo, that's the worst shit.
Now, one of my bitches just will not get the message about the skunk. Bull, I can literally he already know. Oh shit, no, we ain't fucking with that. He don't like me fucking with them. But Raina, man, I can't let that bitch off leash for nothing.
We all know female dogs are hard-headed dog.
Man, that bitch.
At least in my experience,
she'll bring home a deer carcass. You understand? Like that bitch she go up in the woods and she finds shit that done died, and when I go get her, she's chewing on the shit like she's some type of wolf or coyote. Her goddamn.
And you done called her 10 times.
This is why I had to go in and get her because the bitch.
Nigga, I'm telling you, them female dogs, man. I know niggas that they got female dogs, but they really rather and they got female dogs because they got the kennels, they do the kennel shit and the breeding shit or whatever. But they really rather males, man, because it's the shit. Even me, respectfully, like I done had a whole bunch of dogs, but for some reason I don't know. I feel like me and the males just vibe out different.
I've always preferred females a little bit.
What you say?
I said I've always preferred females a little bit over male.
I know a lot of people that do, bro. I ain't even knocking you.
For a few reasons.
No, when it comes to certain shit, like the fight and shit like that, females be definitely up there, but I don't know, man.
When you say for certain reasons, what are we talking about, Santana?
Well, shit, in my experience personally with females, I just feel like kind of them topics and points you was talking about, the connection and vibe with the dog, with the female, shit, that vibe and connection you got with it just a little bit more stronger. Just a little bit more deeper when my bitches over my mouth.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I respect it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Well, to each our own, while our own man. You know what I mean? But for me, don't get me wrong. I got my girl Lulu tattooed on my arm. That's one of my favorite bitches. You know what I'm saying? That's why she's tattooed on the arm. And me and her definitely had a vibe. But me and her son Bentley that I had, that was my nick. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, me and him having more of a vibe. But yeah, I got 2 females and 2 males now. And yeah, 1 male, 3 of the dogs is kind of like the same vibe, but there's 1 male, my nigga Flex. A nigga Flex, man, that nigga just, it's like what I'm thinking, he already thinking. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like y'all sync together. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when I'm thinking, that nigga be thinking, bro. And he's only like 8 months, but it's like, nigga, it's like, damn, I don't even gotta say bite that tree. I just gotta think it.
You know what I mean? It's funny because I can't really say, man, that either one really you know what I mean? Like I put it so
honestly, I like this because I said the males, he said the females, and now you saying you rock with both. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's always like a neutral thing because I find that they each have their own way of kind of responding, right? My females definitely like they will, you know, they get close, they like the affection and all of that. But when it actually comes to getting out in the field and hold up, bro. Here you go.
Shit, I don't know what happened.
But when it comes to actually getting out in the field, I find that they can be pretty damn stubborn, right? Like they really like
Nah,
with
that's
the males,
that's the feel I got as a female where it's like they just more stubborn, bro.
the males when we in the field, they tend to like they'll hang out. You understand? They sniffing around, they looking, but before they actually just try to take me with them, they'll look back and like, yo, what's good? Could you know what I mean? Could I move? Whereas the females, they be like, listen, nigga, you know what we out here for. Come on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like real life. It's kind of
That's
like
just
real
how,
life. Like males kind of like be cool, and you know, females, nigga, they got new friends every 2 years, nigga. It's kind of like real life. Like they, you know, females
right.
will be mad at their friend that they met. They knew him for 30 years. Niggas ain't talking for 2 years over some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Real shit. Real
it's
shit.
you know what I'm saying? Like it's all like it's kind of like it's the same shit. Like we all, you know what I'm saying? We all animals at the end of the day, and it's the same shit. Female humans don't like they just wild like they just be wilding out, not listening, no, not saying they gotta listen to everything a man says. I'm not saying that, but you know, just the attitudes, the mouth, just uncontrollable fucking sometimes, man. And that's how you know what I mean? And that's how these female dogs be like, not uncontrollable because we're gonna get them right. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get them right, but like you said, them female dogs for some reason, it's just like
I can call my males off quicker than I can call off my females. That's an actual
yeah. And what's
yeah,
crazy is
I can pick 'em up.
my males is like my males will really like they more killer, like they'll really murk something, but I
Yeah.
can still call them off quicker.
Yeah, I
Give me
definitely find
a
that
recall.
when we in the field, at least the males will respond a lot easier, a lot quicker. The females almost have a sense of entitlement to me. You know what I mean? Like they like
Just like
Lena, I
humans,
raised that bitch from a puppy, right?
just like
And
humans,
the
females.
first time I let her catch something, I let her run up the side of a tree with the weight harness on. She had the chain on the weight harness, and I let her run up the side of the tree after a possum. And ever since she caught that motherfucker, right? Ever since I literally, because at first she couldn't, I guess she could reach it, but she really didn't know how to go about doing it, right? So I kind of backed her off, had her stand up on her hind legs, let her get a good look at the damn thing, boom, and then I just dropped her and let her take off.
Mm-hmm.
Once she found she could get up there and snatch that motherfucker, man, it was like, Daddy, we only here for one thing. Don't play with me. You know what I mean? Like, don't play with me.
Yeah.
But it's not even that. It's like, Daddy, we here for one thing. Don't play with me. Just let me go.
Yeah.
Just let me go. It's like, nah. Like I need you to come back though. You know what I'm saying? Like we got some reading to do. We got shit. We got a plan here. We got shit we got to do. I need you to come back though. With the males, it's like with my males, it's like I could just be like, hey, and them niggas will pause. The female, she be looking at me like, nigga, fuck your whole A.
Now let me ask you, how many dogs you got now?
I got 4 right now.
How many males? How many females?
2 and 2.
Okay.
2 and 2. 2 and 2.
How
Two and-
y'all take them out in the woods?
Shit. To be honest with you, this summer we've been going hard because I'm a 5th grade school teacher. So in the summer I'm off
Okay, that's
with
what's
pay.
up.
I'm off all summer with pay, bro. So in the summer we go hard. It's about to calm down because
Yeah, it's getting to that time of year.
Is exactly, I'm about to be back in school the 21st, 22nd or some shit like that. So it's about to calm down. But yeah, my illest male though, he's only like 8 months, and you know how they show that, you know how it go. My
Yeah.
illest male right now, he's only like 8 months, and that nigga, man, like I said, I don't even gotta say it. I just gotta think it, and that nigga's ready. That nigga's on the same page. Like he's one of them dogs where I could just tap on the fucking side of the car, and that nigga's biting up the metal. You know what I mean? He's only 6 months, bro.
That's what you want to see in your dog, man. That's
Yeah.
definitely what you want to
So
see in your dog. I'm gonna try to find it sometime, man, to get up there to Beantown, man. Every now and then I try to make my rounds. I was with Philly Dog Man for a bit, down in Philly, and then I was actually on my way to Atlanta at the time, but I
okay.
stopped in Philly, man, and to holler at this female he had at the time, and like I said, I got a cousin up in Boston that has a male off a bull,
Okay.
and I've really been wanting to work with that dog, man. I just haven't really made the time to get up there, so I'm gonna grab one or two of these dogs at some point, man, and make my way up there, man. Uh, he would be a hell of a fucking he was a product of bull to the scatterbred bitch, and that bitch is just, she was phenomenal. She was what I call my ambassador pit. You know what I
Is that litter of all them them white and chocolate dogs that you
mean?
seen in post?
Yeah,
It hasn't been turning out as you
My
didn't.
boy
You
hit.
been checking on them? That was like what 2-3 years ago.
man, that was actually 2018 that litter dropped.
Shit, yeah, they about of age now. How they been doing?
Man, I think I'm pretty. That's the only
Okay.
one. That male, the all white male, is the only one that I was able to keep some type of tabs on.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, we I got myself into a fucked up situation. I threw my hat in the ring with some folks, man, that wasn't serious. And the end result was I ended up having to get rid of most of that litter. And I was selling the dogs at a time when they were already older. So it bothered me because I wanted to see how the whole litter turned out, right? And we had I had like a little pocket rocket that was the spitting image of Bull. She was the smallest dog in the litter, but she was like
That
she was
was his
like his
twin.
spitting image, B. You know what I mean? And then I had another dog that was the biggest dog was a male, man, that he could already mount his mother by the time he was like 4 months old. So Bull through the whole fucking spectrum. You understand what I'm saying? From small to big, and you know, some dogs came out more like the dam, of course, and some came out more like him. But that white dog he was dead smack in between them. He kind of represented, you know, a balance between both of them. And because he was all white, you know, people was, oh, I want that one, I want that one, I want that one.
Of course.
But I'm like, I want to make sure he stick around. I may use him, I may want to use him in the future. So I sent him up to Boston to a cousin of mine. And man, he's been phenomenal. My cousin don't, you know, he just wanted a dog that matched the color of the car he just bought. You know,
Yeah.
he was on his fly shit. But I guess he was having trouble, you know, keeping the dog out of trouble and shit. So he did some obedience or whatever, and you know, he sent me a picture of the dog wearing a muzzle. And I'm looking at the dome on this dog. So he had the body structure of his dam, which was a box bred bitch, scatterbred box bred bitch.
And she was a
And
little
the
bit
head
taller than Bull, right?
of his father. Yeah. She was taller than Bull. But he had his father's head. You know what I mean? He had Bull's head. Like you could see the muscles in his dome piece. You know what I mean? He had that. So I'm looking at him. I'm like, man, I gotta use this boy, man. I want to first. I want to see what he made of. You know what I mean? But from what my cousin telling me, he was on go. He was green light, and that was honestly. I placed two other females. Placed two other females with a dude that wasn't too far from me here in upstate New York. One of them he kept. He bred her. And then the other one, which was really supposed to be my keeper off the litter, but again, people with the fuck shit, they said they wanted her, and then end up not doing shit with the dog. Or, you know what I mean? So, long story short, I ended up placing her, and he said he couldn't do nothing with her. Like the bitch was just too hot. He said all she wanted to do was fight, male or female. He said he couldn't breed her nothing. Yeah. So. That was like, you know, and she was a chocolate red brindle. To see that chocolate red, like that type of a brindle coat, man. Like I'll put it this way: when that bitch pushed her fucking head out, I knew she was my keeper. When she pushed her head out, I knew she was my keeper. There was no question in my mind. I was like, man, listen, all these dogs are beautiful, but I know which one is staying with me. So having to place her really kind of pissed me off, man. Really kind of pissed me off. I'll never throw my hat in the ring with nobody like that again, bro. That's just one of them things you learn, man. That whole litter was probably fire on top of fire. And the only one I really got any tabs on now is the one that's up in Boston with my cousin. 5 years old, he ain't been bred yet. So it's definitely time for him. Definitely time for him. So I'm gonna take a couple of dogs up there, man, and see what's what, man. And you say y'all out in the woods like that, bro. I would definitely have him tag along. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I live in the city, but we go out to these farms. We got about like 4 or 5, you know what I'm saying, dudes that fuck with us, where they just let us go on the farms whenever. And they got all types of, like I said, we got one 45 minutes, another one an hour. The illest one's probably like an hour and 40 minutes. But yeah, man, they just got rodent problems, man. Raccoons, fucking groundhogs, shit like that. So we just go out there and let the dogs kill what they can. You know how it go.
Let the dogs be dogs, man.
Listen. Let the dogs be dogs. It's crazy too because my fucking my female, she be for some reason this bitch like mud, nigga. So she just be in the mud, but it's like fuck it. I be having to, I ain't gonna lie to you, nigga. I had to clean the whip, probably thoroughly clean the whip, probably like 10 times, probably like 5 to 10, 6 to 10 times this summer. Just because when we bring her out, for some reason, she just be just liking fucking with the mud but it's like fuck.
You know the ways that you cool down.
You already know that she cooling down and she just having fun. So it's like fuck it, I'll take the hit. I gotta clean the whip. Fuck it, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? We go back to the farm, wash them off.
Family Red Nose do the same shit.
You know,
Raina and the old Family Red Nose shit. Like fat. I could put that bitch on a spring pole. And she'll work. But when she don't want to let go, she don't want you to take her off, the bitch will lay down in the dirt and in the mud and shit and start doing crocodile rolls.
Yo, to the point where her nose is in shit. Like she breathing underwater.
Well, she don't do all of that. She be on, you know what I mean? She be on a spring pole, like, but
nah, this bitch, one of my bitches, bro, she be literally like, I don't know what the fuck be
like she trying to go swimming, huh?
Yeah, like, bro, it's crazy. And I know, big. She don't even be trying to go swimming because, bro, I got a pool. She don't even be in the pool like that.
She don't fuck with the water like that.
She don't even fuck with the pool like that. But when we get outside and there's like fucking like niggas, there'll be like some some hole, basically a big ass pothole or something, should be full with water and mud, she'll dive in that shit.
Now let me ask you, before y'all go out, do you prepare something special for them to eat, or do you just, you know what I mean, run them on empty? How y'all normally do that when you take them out?
So one of my dogs, one of my females, she gets car sick. So I don't feed her. Like if I know I'm going out Monday in the morning, I won't feed her like 12 hours, 14 hours before. I won't feed her. You know what I'm saying? Because she'll just throw all that shit up. And half the time, I'm gonna be honest with you, most of the time she still throw up just like phlegm and shit. But she kind of getting better. But my other dogs, I just regular feed them and then they just come out because they don't get car sick. You know what I'm saying? So they just come out. I don't really give them no extra like vitamins and no extra protein and no crazy shit just to because I know we going out. To be honest, I just feed them regularly and then we go out. You know what I mean? Because at the same time, it's like I got the carpet mill and shit like that I run them on. It's like y'all stamina should be good. Y'all should be good. You know what I mean?
Where'd you get your carpet mill from?
I built it, bro.
You know, bro, I've been looking at YouTube videos like a motherfucker lately, man.
And I ain't gonna lie to you, that's exactly how I did, nigga. I watched like 10 YouTube videos and just built the shit myself, bro, and the shit worked fine.
That's what I've been scheming on. I've been scheming on building a carpet mill and putting that shit in the yard myself, man, because one of the things I found, man, is that, you know, there's pitfalls to keeping a dog on a yard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can't. They
get soft. You understand? If they not real, like Tata, she's super active on the chain. She's always running back and forth. So it's nothing.
Like you just said, she's running back and forth on a chain. You know what I'm saying? So that means you put her on a treadmill. That's a different type of run, my nigga. She gonna get busy, and I know you know that. I know I ain't telling you nothing you don't know. We just talking. But yeah, that's gonna be. But it's the treadmill should be different too because I got 2 dogs that go on the treadmill, and them niggas just all I gotta do is shake the little raccoon hide in front of them that I got, and them niggas go crazy. Then my other 2, them niggas like it's like I gotta really kind of like drive them to get it going. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you know my male I was talking about, that nigga. I just waved the raccoon hide once, and that nigga goes. That's my nigga right now, man. You know, you were telling my voice how I'm talking about him. That's my nigga right now.
That's one of the things. Like I really I'm when I took these 3 dogs off the yard and brought them inside. I'm like right now, Ghostface. A lot of pad issues. Their nails get long. You understand what I'm saying? All that kind of shit, man. So when you keeping them on the yard like that, they go through like a whole, like, you know, with the nails getting long, the pads getting soft, even in terms of their stamina. You know what I mean? It's different.
Well, the problem is that they're always in, you know, on the yard, they're always in dirt. So to build it's just like I mean, really, honestly, again, it's just like humans. To like you got them motherfucking niggas who live in the jungle where they could walk on no shoes all day. That's because they've been walking on no shoes since they were kids, so their foot naturally built like an extra fucking. It's like basically almost like a big fucking callus, nigga, of skin.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly what a pad is. That's exactly what a dog's pads are.
Exactly. And that's the one thing. That's probably honestly, that might be the one thing that's good about living in the city and you gotta walk your dogs is that they walk on the concrete, which helps their feet, their paws build the extra skin and the callus that they need, and it cuts down their nails.
Right, grinds down the
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the problem with the dirt shit, man. When they always in that dirt, you know, they always in dirt and grass, so or not even grass, they always in dirt. Cause you know they don't. If there was grass, they didn't wiped out the grass, then fuck that up with just running in the chain. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's the. I mean, there's all types of shit. It's just like having your dog in a kennel. Niggas got their dogs in kennels where the kennel might be wood. Now, if you got your dog in a kennel where it's concrete kennel, now your dog's gonna build them calluses and fuck up the nails a little more, so you don't gotta cut them. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's all
Yeah, it's trade-offs to both situations. Trade-offs to both
exactly.
situations.
It just is what it is. Really, you just gotta take
Definitely
it.
trade-offs to both situations, man. I like if I had my choice, I would probably have all my dogs on a fucking run. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah, that's
this
that.
way I know
That's
they
that
can move.
Arizona shit. That's that Arizona big land shit. One of my
Right.
best friends, his brother got dogs, and he don't even got like pits and all types of wild shit. Like he's kind of like type of nigga that he got mad land in Arizona, so he just takes couple whatever dog type shit. But this nigga be all the way in Boston, and his dogs are just out.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
like I'd be like, nigga, what if they don't? You know what I'm saying? Be like, nigga, if they don't come back, I don't know. They could run into whatever out there in Arizona, but my dogs are out. Like I just leave a pile of kibble out, and them niggas just eat when they want to, and I'm out here for a week, and the dogs just be out in there like the nigga. Like his dogs, he be when he get back home, he's like, they hopefully they come back home. I'm like, that's crazy. But he got the land too, so he's like, that's how kind of like people do it in Arizona. Like we just leave our dogs out.
That's what's up, yo. That's
But he
what's up.
does it, he does it from a pup, so where naturally the dogs don't really, dog ain't gonna leave home if he, you know what I'm saying? He gonna roam, but he gonna come back home. You know how that go, and them dogs where he does it since a pup. So as soon as you get a pup, nigga, it's like here, you're in the backyard with the rest of the shit going on, nigga. See what happens. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's a sweet setup though. I mean, I wish I could do some shit like that. I just wouldn't be able to trust my dogs. You know, they fuck around and kill each other.
At the same time, though, I was just about to say, his dogs ain't like his dogs ain't
Yeah, they ain't like yeah, yeah, I get it.
on that
Get it.
on that type of time. So if they were on that type of time, then he might have problems because them dogs might run 2 miles and go kill the fucking neighbor's dog or the fucking cat's dog. I mean the neighbor's cat or some shit like that. You know what I mean? But it ain't that. Them dogs ain't on that type of vibe. But if they were, yeah, it'd be a different story because them niggas, them niggas will take a quick run, quick walk, 2-3 miles to go kill a dog and come back. And come back.
Dang.
Like not damn your dogs. If they know how to come back home, them niggas will go up the street, go up the block, and kill a dog and come back home, bro.
Yeah, without a doubt.
You know that.
Without
Them
a
niggas will
doubt.
hop that fence, murk something, and come back home like they didn't even murk nothing.
Real shit.
If they know where their home's at and they know, you know what I'm saying? Shit. We know dogs done did it before. Pretty sure you have. I know dogs that done did it before that done got out the yard, ran up the street, fucked another dog up, and nigga came back and the dog's in the yard with blood on him. He don't know what the fuck's going on until the nigga up the street come run up on him.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Real shit. Real shit, yo.
You know what I'm saying? So I know you know.
I just I'm just at the point, man, where I definitely need that kind of land. You know what I mean? Where I can at least have them on a run and they could, get that movement back and forth. There's certain shit that I just like to be able to do with my dogs, man.
Yeah.
I don't mind. It sounds crazy, but I don't mind if they get a little testy with each other or whatever the case may be, because that's natural dog shit. They're gonna go through that whole hierarchy thing.
Yo, it don't sound crazy to me because I know niggas who sometimes honestly, I know niggas who have let their dogs squabble just to and let it just and squabble just to let the dogs figure out who's the top dog.
Yeah, real shit. Real shit.
You know what I'm saying? Let their dogs figure out who's the top dog. So I'm gonna just let y'all figure it out.
Sometimes you really, really have to let them, establish their own hierarchy. And,
If you got, go ahead.
yeah, just let them establish their own little hierarchy. And then one of the things with me is I try to keep the hierarchy. So if I see that, this
always gotta be the alpha
dominant, right?
Y'all can figure out who's the alpha between y'all. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, you got 6 dogs, so that could easily happen. You could easily be in a position where it's like, okay, I'm gonna let these dogs figure out who's the alpha between them on that grass in the pack, but they know when I come outside and I talk, I'm the alpha. But you could still assume the alpha within the pack of dogs that's outside on your yard or whatever on your land doing what they gotta do. But they know the deal when you come outside and you get to talking, you the big, you know what I'm saying? You the alpha.
Yeah, that's an automatic. I just try to maintain that hierarchy when I go to do my feed and all that kind of shit. So if I see one particular dog has established that, when I go to feed, I make sure that fucking dog is fed first. You know what I mean? That kind of shit.
Yeah. Cause you understand that they established that. So I dig it. He's the alpha. So because you know what it is? It's just like in the wild. A lot of people don't know is that when animals kill, when female lions kill, wolves or whatever, when they kill, the alpha comes in and he gets to choose. He gets to choose what he wants first. Most of the time, they eat the liver, the kidney, they eat the organs. That's why organs are so important within feeding your dog. But yeah, a lot of people don't know that is that when wolves kill something, when lions kill something, anything that's in a pack, hyenas kill something, the alpha comes and eats first, and he gets to choose what he wants. And normally it's the organ.
That organ meat is always the first to go. That the organs is always the first to go, B.
In normally within a pack and all that stuff, when they assume the alpha, the alpha gets to pick. And he ends up, like you said, he ends up taking the over. But at the same time, it's all in the code of the whole pack system. The alpha's getting them ingredients. I mean, not ingredients. The alpha's getting them nutrients from the organs that he needs to protect the pack. He needs all them vitamins. He needs all them nutrients. He needs all those. So that's why the alpha gets the best choice. But it's, you know what I'm saying? So because he's the one who's going to protect the pack. So we got to make sure he's vitamined up. He's energied up. So he's going to get all the good stuff. So it's all, that's how the dog world works, man. That's how the pack world works. Wolf pack, whatever you want to call it. That's how
it's a course of nature. You can watch it in lions. You can watch it in hyenas, African wild dogs, the whole freaking 9 yards, bro.
Yep.
It really is a thing, man, where I was cracking up on Raina. This bitch brought home a whole fucking deer carcass. But you can see the whole insides have been eaten out. The whole backside of the shit was gone. The only thing that was left was the ribs, the shoulder, the front legs, and the head and the neck.
Yeah, the shit that ain't, like, don't get me wrong, they're gonna eat it. If she left it there, they're gonna eat it. But
when she found it, they had already, when she found it, other animals had already did what they was doing. You understand?
Yeah. They got all them vitamins up out of it. Like you said, there wasn't nothing left but the ribs, and they took all the organs. They took all the good shit, the heart, the lungs, the brain. They didn't eat all that shit.
Liver, all that.
Yeah, liver. Yep, liver, kidney. They didn't eat all that. Lungs.
All the stomach, all the intestines, all that shit was gone. Wasn't nothing on that shit but the hide. You know what I mean? And the fucking the ribs, and that bitch was crunching down on them ribs like I cooked them shits or something. You oh man, these fucking dogs is a mess.
You gotta love them, man.
Yeah, man. But it's about midnight, bro. So I gotta get them out on a midnight run, man. Fucking
Yes,
Tata looking at me crazy. She got the funny that little pit bull smile that they do, that little sneering shit.
Mm-hmm.
The bitch literally got her face pressed up against the motherfucking crate, like, come on, nigga, let's go.
At that time, you've been talking for a long time.
Well, I always wait till this time of night, man, so I can take them out, and literally I ain't gotta have them on leash. You know what I mean? Take them in the boneyard and let them do what they want to do, man.
I ain't mad at you. Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's a prime opportunity, man, for them to just be dogs. You know what I mean? Do whatever they do, man. I try to steer them away from the skunks, but I always kind of stay ready just in case, you know.
Why not? Got to.
My brother Louisiana Kennels back in the building, huh? And we've been sitting here chopping. We've been sitting here chopping for a minute. How long we been on this live, man? Lord.
4 hours. 4 hours and 44, it said.
Damn.
So you talking about 5 hours, basically.
Ooh, man, oh man. But this is gonna be a good one for the people, man. I appreciate y'all stopping through, man, chopping it up with a fella. I'm gonna have to get up to Beantown and get at you.
Yeah, I'm gonna message you. We gonna talk.
Yeah, definitely.
I gotta get that video to you. I didn't forget.
Yeah, I definitely need to see that one.
Yeah,
man.
You got to, man. So it's
I'm surprised it ain't come across my radar, man, because that's like one of my things, off the chain, B.
I mean, that's why we hop in these chats and we get to know each other, because we, you know what I'm saying, we all might know something that the other don't, man.
I might even put you in touch with my cousin up there, man. And the next time y'all go out, see, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can take old boy with take the dog with you for a little bit, man. Because my cousin he don't be into all that. You know what I mean? He on his fly boy shit. And I tried to tell him when I gave him the pup, listen, understand what these dogs do. You know what I mean? Understand how his pops is, understand how his mom's is. His mother's the perfect house dog. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh my God, this bitch will sit down and let you paint her nails. You know what I mean? Like she do that with kids. You know what I mean? But you take that bitch in the woods, she's a different animal, man.
She's gonna turn on.
She's a different animal.
As she should, though. That's what Pitts is about, bro. Though, you know, they're naturally not supposed to be aggressive towards the humans or kids, or you know what I'm saying? They're supposed to want to kill something, but not human.
And you know, she won't sleep in no room in the house. If there's kids in the house, she won't sleep in no other room in the house except where the kids are. Yeah. She insists on sleeping in the room where the kids are.
Yeah, because
you could give her the plushest bed, her own little spot, whatever. Man, that bitch, listen, I'm going to sleep with the baby.
Yeah. Guard mode.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna hit you up. You know where to find me. You know what I'm saying? I'm on here all the time. You know, I'm always locked into you.
Now, you got a YouTube channel on here?
I got a YouTube channel on here for my music and shit that I used to do. But I'm about to get busy on the kennel shit. But yeah. On the shit I'm logged into right now, I don't got nothing. It's just my regular Gmail shit. But yeah, hit me on this. We gonna get right.
I'm gonna put my email in the chat, right?
Okay.
And we could definitely connect that way. I normally don't, you know what I mean? And then when you email me, I'll send you my math. Because I normally don't. Yeah, that's
I'm hip. I'm hip.
my
I'm hip.
private invitation only. You know what I mean?
I'm all the way hip. I'm all the way hip, bro. I see it though. I got you.
Okay, yeah, that's right. All right, fam. Yo, listen, it's been love, man. I appreciate y'all. My dude Louisiana Kendall said we should keep going. I would, man, but this bitch looking at me like I'm crazy. I wish I could take a picture and post that shit right now. This bitch, she got her whole grill pressed up against the crate. Like, yo, listen, nigga, I've been in this motherfucker for a minute. It's time to ride, nigga.
Yeah.
And I love her for it. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Got to.
So I'm gonna go ahead and get them out. Party definitely hit me up, bro. Definitely hit me up, man. Because I'm gonna try to get my cousin man to loose that dog to y'all for the next time y'all go out, bro. Because I need to know that the dog worked. You understand? Because I'm definitely thinking about using them. I've been thinking about using them for a couple of years. I just ain't made my ass up there to mash yet.
Okay. All right, we gonna listen. We here now. We're gonna lock in.
That's what it is. Peace and blessings, y'all.
Peace and blessings. Thank you for having me, bro. Appreciate it.
Man, it's an absolute pleasure, bro.
Appreciate it.
One.